A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, when Jane's 18-year-old niece Betty came to town to live with the Aces, Jane expected to have a little trouble finding Betty some young fellas to go out with, but she didn't figure on Betty's developing a crush on Marge's boyfriend, Neal Williams. This episode takes place the following night and is in alternating scenes between the Aces' apartment and the newspaper office where Neal works. But first to the apartment where we find Jane, Marge, and Mr. Ace. Listen.
Well, I don't understand it. All right, suppose she did have to work a little later tonight. But how late is late? Here it is after 9. She should certainly be home by now.
All I know is what I told you. She called me up about 4 o'clock, and she said she wouldn't be home for dinner. And I said, why, Betty, I've already planned for the 4 of us, I said. And she said she couldn't help it, but she had to work late. And I said, but it's liver tonight. And you know your mother wrote me that you have to eat liver. You need a lot of Vitaphones. And she said...
Oh, she's got too many Vitaphones, if you ask me. I think she didn't talk so much and so childishly. Marge, I'm surprised you can sit there and laugh through all this.
Well, what do you want me to do? You don't think I'm going to take this schoolgirl quite seriously, do you?
Well, I don't know. She's just the type
she's just the type that has a vivid imagination. I'm not going to start worrying about her.
Well, all right. If that's...
Dear, will you stop steering Marge on to thinking things? There's nothing for Marge to worry about.
Thanks for them kind words, Jane.
You're welcome.
What makes you so sure, Jane? You were pretty worried last night when Betty broke down here and told us about how she felt about Neal.
I know, but I had a long talk with her last night.
Last night? When?
After everybody went to bed. I saw a light in Betty's room, and I went in, and there she was, with a book in one hand and her chin in the other, reading away as if her heart would break.
Reading away as if her heart would break?
Yes, it was poetry.
Oh, I see.
Oh, it's always reads the poetry stage, does it?
Go on, Jane. What happened?
Well, I said, Betty, I want to talk to you. Put your book down.
And your chin?
Yeah. A what?
I say you led with your chin. Go ahead.
What is he talking about?
Oh, on to the story, Jane. Let her tell it.
Oh, what happened?
Well, we sat there for a minute looking at each other without saying a word, just staring into space.
Into each other's face?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, sometimes, you can say more to a person by just looking at her than by saying something. So I just looked at her, and she looked at me. That went on for about 2 minutes. Then she finally understood what my look meant, because the first thing she finally said to me was, "Go away, Aunt Jane."
Oh, she understood what you meant?
Yes.
And what did you mean? I mean, that look you gave her.
Oh, what did it say, you mean?
Yes, what did it say?
Oh, It said, Betty, what is the matter with you? How can you feel that way about Neal? He's 9 years older than you are, going on 10. In the second place, he and Marge have been going together going on 3 years. In the third place, your mother would certainly want you to find a fellow who is doing better than Neal is. He's only a poor newspaper reporter, and you certainly deserve somebody with a lot of money who can give you a big home with servants and a spiral staircase, and certainly not have to live a hoof-and-mouth existence with no money like Neal could give you.
That's what your look said.
Uh-huh.
Kind of a long speech, wasn't it?
Well, it was a long look.
Oh, it was a long look. And what did Betty's look say?
Well, she didn't look. She just said it. She said, "Go away, Aunt Jane."
And what did you do?
I repeated what my look said.
Oh, you repeated it?
Yeah, this time out loud, so she'd be sure to hear it.
Jane, you didn't actually tell her all that about Neal being a poor newspaper reporter and she deserved somebody better.
I certainly did. It's true, too.
Oh, it is. But he's all right for me, is he?
What?
I suppose I don't deserve anybody better than Neal.
Don't deserve anybody better. I'd like to know who could be better.
But you told Betty she deserves somebody better.
Oh, don't change the subject. What I'm trying to show you is that I had this long talk with her, and she understands now.
Well, you haven't proved it yet. You'll have to do better than that.
Jane, tell us some more about this interesting interview with Betty.
Yeah.
Well, I gave her my piece of mind. I talked till I was black and blue in the face. And when I finished, she wanted to hear some more. But I wouldn't talk to her anymore because it was getting late.
She wanted to hear some more.
Yeah, she said, "Aunt Jane, where do you speak tomorrow night?"
Oh, she did, did she?
And if you want to know the truth, I'm sure that's why she's working late tonight, because she's afraid to come home and listen to me tell her a few things about somebody else's fellow and all.
Well, now I am beginning to wonder if she's working or not.
I knew you'd see the light.
What are you talking about? After all I just told you, how can you say that, Marge? Why, sure she's working. I told you what you told me on the phone and what I told her last night. I'm sure she's working.
Get her home, because this is no place for you, Betty.
I'm quite comfortable here, Neal.
Now, look, youngster.
Oh, stop youngstering me. The girl's as old as her ideas.
Well, you get those ideas out of your head. Now, why don't you go home?
I like it here. There's something so wistfully intellectual about the atmosphere of a newspaper office.
That's old newspapers you're smelling. I got work to do.
Please go on and do it. I just want to sit here and watch you work.
Oh, you've been sitting here for the past 2 hours.
It's your fault. Why didn't you take me to dinner when I first came in?
Because I'm working nights this week. Can't you understand that?
So can't you understand that I'll just sit here and watch you?
But I can't, doing it. Oh, you're a bother to me.
You don't mean that.
I certainly do. You got this thing all wrong, Betty, and it's your own fault. Now, why don't you just...
Why don't you go on with your work?
Well, I'm going to have to. It's after 9, and I got this story to get out before I go out for something to eat.
Oh, then we are going out to eat.
I'm going out to eat. You got to get home. What'll they think there?
Does it matter?
It doesn't to me, but it should to you.
But it doesn't at all.
Oh, you're encouraged. Well, now leave me alone, will you? Let me see here. It was announced today that the city council has passed... I can't do anything with you sitting there. Betty, for the last time, will you get out of here?
No.
You're a pest.
You know I'm not.
You are. In a minute, I'll call up the house and have them come and get you.
Oh, you wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't I, though?
And let Marge find you and me together?
Marge? Now, look, child, Marge isn't that silly. She knows better than that. In the second
place, I'm going right on sitting here till you and I go out for dinner.
You're going home if I have to... Now, look. Will you go home if I take you there?
Where you go, I go.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know. I got my wagon downstairs. You and I are going to take you home. Now, come on.
But you were.
I'll have to miss an edition. Come on, put on your coat.
Can't we stop for something to eat first?
We cannot. You'll have dinner at home when you get there. Jane will fix you up something. And from now on, you go straight home from work. You understand, young lady? There'll be no more of this sitting here in my office staring at me until I can't do a bit of work.
Marge think all kinds of things. Dear, I'm going to start giving you a talking to like I did Betty.
Oh, you mean staring into my face?
Yes.
Let me see you do it.
What?
Go ahead, stare at me and make your look say something.
All right, I will. There.
Jane, you don't mean that.
I certainly do.
Oh, no, Jane.
Yes, I do.
Oh, but Jane, after all...
I told you I would, dear.
Oh,
What
Jane.
did you say?
I don't know.
You don't know. You know what that look said. I said, stop making Marge think things about Neal and Betty. Betty's working tonight, and I'll bet you anything you want she is.
Well, I'm beginning to believe I ought to take that bet.
What?
I'm afraid you better take it, too.
Oh, you too,
I'm
huh?
afraid so, Jane, because nobody works this late. You know that.
Yes, it is late. But I'm sure she's working because she told... All right, I'll prove it to you.
How?
I'll call her up. I've got her office number.
Yes, call her up, Jane.
All right, this will prove it to you. Where's that number? I wrote it on this phone book somewhere. Oh, yes, here it is. West 5466. West 5466. Now you'll see.
Well, if she's there, I'll be surprised.
I don't know what I'll be if she's not there.
Well, I wouldn't take it so to heart, Marge. I mean, after all, Neal's a pretty sensible fellow, and...
Yeah, pretty sensible fellows are easily flattered.
Oh, stop it.
But come to think of it, Neal told me he was working tonight.
Well, he is. I saw him at the paper today. He's working every night this week. It's next week he works the day shift.
Yes, he's supposed to.
This is going to start. Well, Jane, what's the matter? Any answer yet?
No, not yet. But it takes time.
Oh, take your time, Jane. We've got all evening.
Are they ringing the number?
Yeah, I think so. I wonder if I dial the right number. I'll dial it again.
Yes, you keep dialing, Jane.
Maybe she's on the way home. It's 9:30.
Maybe. I wonder if I should try the newspaper office.
Oh, now, Marge, you're not going to start checking up on Neal.
Why not?
But I tell you, he is working. I saw him when I left the paper on my way home. He was just coming in to go to work.
Uh-huh.
He was.
Oh, I believe you. Only just the same, I think I will give that young man a call.
All right, if it will make you any happier. Only I'm ashamed of you for thinking that... Well, Jane?
Well, it takes time.
Yes, doesn't it?
Yeah, she'll answer, Marge. I'm sure she's there.
When you're convinced she's not, just give me the phone and let me try the newspaper.
You mean to see if Neal's there? You don't think that she and Neal...
Why not?
Oh, she wouldn't do that. She told me she was working.
Yes, well, why doesn't she answer?
I don't know, but she will as soon as she hears the phone. Oh, Hello, Betty. How are you? This is Aunt Jane. I just called up to see how you're coming along with your work.
Well, there you are, Marge. You see how silly you were, Marge? Why, you ought to...
Who's that? There's somebody at the door?
Well, we're all just fine. When are you coming home?
I'll go see who it is, Marge.
I say, when are you coming home? Because I'm going to warm some of the dinner up for you, so don't get here too late.
Hello, Ed. Hello, Neal. Well...
Hello, Uncle Abe.
Oh, I see. Jane, get off that phone.
Well, just a minute, Betty. There's so much noise going on here. What did you say, Marge?
I said get off that phone. She's here.
Hello, Aunt Jane.
Goodbye, then. Well, Betty, you certainly didn't get here late. That's service, isn't it?
What?
Well, I brought home the prodigal daughter.
Yes, so we see.
Betty dropped in at the office when she knocked off this afternoon, and she's been sitting there waiting for me to drive her home.
Oh, did it take a drive?
What?
Weren't you working tonight, Betty?
No, I wasn't.
No, I said that she's been sitting in my office all evening.
Really?
Yes, weren't you, Betty?
Weren't I what?
Tell him, weren't you in my office all evening?
Oh, yes. After we had dinner and took him that picture. And...
Well, good night, all.
Oh, wait a minute, Marge.
I'm a little tired of everything. I know you'll pardon me.
But, Marge.
Good night.
Well, of all...
Fine going, Neal.
But I tell you, Betty, I ought to... You're impossible.
Neal.
Ah, Jane, are you going to believe this dizzy kid, too? I tell you, she's running around in circles.
Well, it looks to me like she's running around in triangles.
In
It
triangles?
does look a little like that, doesn't it?
Well, it looks as if Betty is going to be more of a problem than ever. But the Aces managed to solve it in an unusual manner, as we learn when next we meet the Easy
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Grounded in Glendale. One way to describe Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen, would be to say it's a dessert that makes everybody sit up and take seconds. Because Jell-O is a grand tempting treat that always looks and tastes like more. The clear, glowing colors of Jell-O carry a rich invitation, a promise of rare delight. And it's a promise that's always fulfilled by Jell-O's swell, refreshing flavors. We're sure you'll like Jell-O, sure that once you try it, so start serving Jell-O real soon. Ask your grocer for several packages, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. By the way, strawberry and raspberry Jell-O both have a new, improved flavor, obtained by using a natural flavor base, artificially enhanced. And the result is a rich, unique goodness that's better than ever. Serve Jell-O tomorrow, friends, and discover for yourself why Jell-O is America's favorite gelatin dessert. Grounded in Glendale, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to bring you...
Hold it, Don. Jack isn't here yet.
I saw him just a few minutes ago. Where is he?
He just went in the other room to talk to his riders. Oh, boy, is Jack burned up.
Well, them two guys get away with murder. They never have a program ripped till the last minute.
Well, I'm going in to see what's happening. See, he's always having trouble with his riders.
Now, look, fellas. If I told you once, I told you 5 times. You gotta have the program written before we go on the air. Every week we just barely make it. Now today, look what happened. No script at all. Well, what are you worried about? Yeah, it's only Friday. It's not Friday, it's Sunday. And there's no excuse for you guys not knowing it. I gave both of you calendars for Christmas. I knew this would happen someday. Well, we were stuck this week. We didn't have no inspiration. Oh, you didn't? Don't yell at me. I'll fly to pieces. I'm not yelling. I'm just asking you to work. That's all. I'm paying you to work. And that's another thing. We want more dough. Well, you certainly picked the right time to ask me. You're getting plenty now. What do you want more dough for? We want to get a room tonight. Now, cut that out. Fine team of writers I've got. I've been looking for you all week. Where were you?
Saboba, Hot Springs.
You're not supposed to be in Saboba. You're supposed to be here with me.
Come on, Jack. We're waiting for you.
Be there in a minute. Now, look, fellas.
Hey, who's the dame?
That's Mary Livingston. She's on the program. You've met her 400 times.
Oh, yeah. That's the girl we write for, Eddie. You're Eddie. I'm Bill.
And I'm Demi. Glad to know you. Now listen, fellas.
Jack, you better hurry up. Let those two dreamboats alone.
I told you, Mary, I'll be there in a minute.
Okay.
Not bad.
Stop listening. Now, look, fellas. Look, we're on the air, so I'm going out and do the best I can. Meanwhile, you stay right here and prepare some kind of a play for us.
Okay. Say, how about a murder mystery?
A murder mystery?
You know, where a guy comes home and finds his wife in the arms of another man. Door opens. Now I got you. Why, Julius, what are you doing here? You know what I'm doing here. I didn't go to Tarzan at all.
Why, Julius!
Put down that gun. Oh, no. Bang.
Light it up! Write anything, just so we can have a program. Now, bring it in as soon as possible.
Okay, give me the pencil, Eddie. You got it, Bill. I gave it to you yesterday. Oh, no, I gave it back to you. Yeah, but after that, I put it
Use my pencil. For heaven's sake, get started. Now, go to work. And those guys, they go to Saboba Springs, and I have no broadcast.
What's the matter, Jack? You having trouble with your writers again?
Yes, on every week they're getting lazier. Now tonight, no material at all.
Why don't you fire them, Jack?
He can't. They dug up a photograph of Jack when he was in 3rd grade.
What's wrong with that?
He was the only kid with a handlebar mustache.
Oh, it was just fuzz. You could hardly see it. Anyway, that picture has nothing to do with my writers. If this ever happens again, I will fire them.
What are you worried about, Jackson? If you ever get stuck for material, I'll be glad to let you have my author.
Your author?
Yeah, the guy that writes all my funny stuff for the Wilshire Bowl.
Oh, fine. See, you're always bragging. No, you're always bragging about your writer. I've been to the Bowl 1,000 times, and I've never seen him.
Who do you think parked your car?
Oh, so that's your gag man, huh? Well, the next time he points at my Maxwell and says, "That does it, I'm going on the wagon," I'll run right over. Remember that. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, as long as we're stuck here, how about doing your song right away?
Well, why don't you and I ad-lib a little? To and fro.
To and fro, eh? All right, Dennis, let's ad-lib. I'll start it. Who was that lady I saw you with last night?
That was no saw. That was a battle axe.
Well, I think you better sing, Dennis. At least it'll be better than standing around. Come in.
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
Right here, boy. Give him a tip, Jack.
Here you are, buddy. Say, you're rather old for a messenger boy, aren't you?
You ain't going to get the mumps anymore yourself, bub.
And I had to give him a 50-cent tip.
You gave him a dime.
I gave him a quarter. I know what I gave him. Who's the letter from, Mary?
It's from my mother in Plainfield.
Now, listen, one time I'm glad to hear from the old lady. Yes, sir.
What you got to say, Mary?
Listen to this. My darling daughter Mary, just a few lines to say hello and thank you for the small check you sent me for Christmas. It looked like a refund from the gas company.
Boy, is he mercenary.
By the way, Mary, we have a new address now. We had to move from the old house on Elm Street as the landlord, who was engaged to your sister, found his glasses.
I thought your sister was very good looking. She had beautiful skin.
Yes, but there's too much of it.
Oh, I see.
The weather's been awful lately. In fact, it was so cold here this week, your Uncle Herman froze an ear off. Now he only has 2.
More things happen to your relative.
And Mary, I must tell you about Mr. C. The whole family...
Mary, we had enough of that letter. How about a song, Dennis?
Okay.
The whole family went to the midnight show of Jack's new picture.
Mary, we've had enough... Oh, hold it, Dennis. What was that, Mary?
The whole family went to the midnight show of Jack's new picture, Love Thy Neighbor.
Well...
We weren't in the theater 10 minutes when your brother Hillard was thrown out for taking the title seriously.
Well, he's just the type.
No more news, so we'll close with love to all from your mother, Smiley Franklin Livingston.
Wish he had a program so I could write her a letter. Well, let's have your song, Dennis. I'm going out and see how my writers are coming along. If they're stalling, I'm going to give them...
The pale moon was rising above the green mountains. The sun was declining beneath a blue sea. When I strayed with my love to the pure crystal fountain that stands in a beautiful vale of Revue. She was lovely and fair as a rose of summer, yet was not her beauty alone that won me. Oh no, was the proof in her ever dawning that made me love Mary, the rose of Revue. The cool shades of evening memento was spreading, and Mary, all smiling, was listening to me. The moon for her valley, her pale rays was setting, when I won the heart of the rose of Revue. More lovely and fair as a rose of summer, yet was not her beauty alone that won me. Oh no, was the truth in her ever dawning that made me love Mary, the rose of Revue.
Sure, fellas. I know it's a good title for a murder mystery, but where's the play?
Well, we got a lot of ideas, but we can't write them down.
Why not? I gave you a pencil.
Yeah, but there ain't no lead in it. See?
Oh, there ain't no lead in it. Give me that pencil. Look, fellas, you turn this little knob here, and out comes the lead. It's an automatic pencil.
Oh, yeah. Look, Phil, you turn this knob and the lead comes out. Say, that's good. Let me turn it. No, I want to turn it. Come on, just one.
I turned it already. Look, all you got to do is put the pencil on a piece of paper and push it a little. Now, please write that mystery play, will you, fellas?
Okay.
Boy, if I ever get my hands on that picture, I'll fire him so fast they won't know what hit him. Well, Don, it'll be a few more minutes yet. What'll we do? I don't know what to talk about.
Me neither. Why don't we talk about currents and events?
You mean current events? All right, Phil, let's talk about current events. What do you think of the President's new deficiency appropriation bill?
Anything Wilkie does is okay with me.
He didn't get in. Look, you did. What's the matter with you, anyway?
Well, I got a laugh, didn't I? Hey, Jackson, why don't you hire me for a writer?
Because I hired you once for a band leader, got gypped, and I'm disillusioned. Well, I guess we'll just have to stall around until my boys get that play written.
Gee, if this was television, you could take your teeth out and make like Popeye.
It's very funny.
Remember when you dropped him at the hockey game in New York and the Rangers made a goal with him?
Mary, that wasn't my teeth. That was my cigarette case.
Sure grins, don't it?
All right. There's no use trying to keep this up. I'm going to see if my writers have got anything. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I can't talk to you now.
But this is important, boss. It's about Mr. Billingsley, our boarder.
Mr. Billingsley, what about him?
Well, I've been telling you for months to get rid of him. He's getting crazier every day.
Oh, he's just a little odd, that's all.
I don't even call the wagon.
Oh, you just don't like him. What's he done now?
Well, you know that mechanical man he was building?
Mechanical man? Oh, you mean that robot?
Yeah, remember you said it would never be practical?
Uh-huh.
Well, that ain't your cousin Boo-Boo walking around the kitchen.
Oh, my goodness. What's the robot doing in the kitchen?
He's making himself a sandwich. Apple grease on whole wheat.
Now, Rochester, this is no time for joking. I don't want that big mechanical thing roaming around my house. Aren't there any buttons to control it?
Yeah, there's 3 of them. When you press the first one, he knocks you down.
Uh-huh.
And when you press the second one, he picks you up.
I see. Well, what happens when you press the 3rd button?
He goes, woo!
What?
And slaps you down again.
Well, for heaven's sake, watch out. That thing is dangerous.
If he comes near me again, I'm going to take a sledgehammer and beat the batteries out of it.
Well, there must be some way to shut it off. Now, look, Rochester, I'll be right home after the broadcast. In the meantime, don't go near the kitchen.
I'm calling from San Diego.
Well, you get right back and I'll wait up for you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Gee, I never thought that mechanical man would work. Well, I guess I'll have to raise Mr. Billingsley's rent. He's got a roommate now. Play something, Phil. I'm going in and beat the gags out of my writer. Look, fellas, look at this page. That word is murderer, not moiterer. Well, a gangster would say moiterer. I'm not a gangster, I'm a police captain. Read your own script. Now, fellas, it's time for our play, so I'll take what you got and bring the rest in as soon as you can. Give me those pages. Please give me those pages. All right, please give me those. Now concentrate, will you, fellas? Fine thing. Drama on the installment plan.
Well, how does it look, Jack? Are we going to do a play tonight?
Yeah, but we'll have to do it without a rehearsal. Here are your parts, kid. Now, let's see. I'm going to be Captain O'Benny of Police Headquarters. And, Dennis, you'll be my assistant, Sergeant O'Day.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, welcome. Now, Mary, you're going to be the widow, Mrs. J. Malcolm Smith.
The widow?
Yes. Your husband has been killed, leaving you $3 million, an estate on Long Island, and a yacht. And you're all broken up.
Why, does the yacht leak?
No, you loved your husband.
Oh.
Now, let's see. Phil, you'll be the family physician. And, Don, you're going to be the bugler.
Bugler?
Oh, they must mean butler. You're the butler, Don. Well, so much for casting. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the feature attraction this evening, the Benny, when we act, you better act like you enjoy it, players. We'll present an original mystery drama entitled The Murder of Malcolm Smith, or Although He Wasn't Drafted, He Was Drilled. Say, that's not a bad title. I think I'll get the boys a room tonight. Huh? Well, let's go, fellas. The opening scene is the office of Detective Captain O'Benny at Police Headquarters. Curtain. Music. Hey, Sergeant O'Day.
Yes, Cop?
That's Cap. Did you answer the burglar alarm at the First National Bank?
Yes, sir.
Well, were there any suspicious characters around?
No, the furniture movers told me they hadn't seen anybody.
Furniture movers?
Yeah, 2 fellas with a safe.
Those were the burglars. What's the matter with you, anyway? I'll take it. Hello, Police Headquarters.
Hello, this is Mrs. J. Malcolm Smith talking.
Yes?
My husband, J. Malcolm Smith, wealthy stockbroker of New York, Palm Beach, Miami, heir to the millions left by his father, has been killed.
That's shocking news, Mrs. Smith. Are you sure your husband is dead?
Definitely.
Well, we'll be there in 5 minutes. Goodbye.
What's up, Chief?
Wait till I hang up. J. Malcolm Smith, the stockbroker, has been murdered.
What's the J for?
Jazzbo. He sold neckties on the side. Come on, let's get going. This is an important case, Sergeant O'Day. And we're going to find the murderer of J. Malcolm Smith or what? Or nothing. We're all out of script. Hey, fellas, hurry up with the rest of it, will you? Play something, Phil. Fine writers. They couldn't even finish the sentence. Hold it, Phil.
There's a few more pages, Jack.
Thanks. Now go back and get to work.
We got a union. We're going out to eat.
Not until you finish the script.
Okay, Blue Eyes.
Even my writers notice them. Now, let's see. Oh, yes. This is an important case, Sergeant O'Day. And we're going to find the murderer of J. Malcolm Smith, or my name ain't Captain O'Benny. Heck, I could have thought of that myself. Let's go. Come on, open the door. This is the police. Open up or we'll break it down.
Yeah, down.
Come on, O'Day, let's crash it. There goes my cigarette case. Well, here it is.
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you ring?
I'm Captain O'Benny of Police Headquarters. We're here to investigate the murder of J. Malcolm Smith.
Yeah, Jay.
Quiet, you. Where's Mrs. Smith?
She's in the library. This way, sir.
Come along, O'Day. You stick with me and make notes.
How do you get the lead out of this pencil?
Look, you turn this little knob and out comes the lead. You're as bad as my 2 writers, Mink and Smink. Here we are. Pardon me, are you Mrs. J. Malcolm Smith?
Yes, Captain.
Tell me what you know about the murder of your husband.
Well, we were sitting here in the library listening to the radio when all of a sudden I turned around and there was my husband on the floor with 5 bullet holes in him.
You're lying. Here's the body. And he only has 1, 2, 3. He was only shot. 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
Now count 'em.
Give me that dagger, and I wish my riders would concentrate. 5 gunshots. Make a note of that, O'Day.
Okay. Oh, cop, Chuck. Okay, Coop.
Okay, fast. There's nothing to it. We'll cap Coop's cop. Now, Mrs. Smith, I want the truth. You really hated your husband, didn't you? You hated him.
No, I loved him. I said you loved him.
Then why did you shoot your husband?
He was always saying, long time no see.
Don't be flippant, Mrs. Smith. You killed your husband, and I know why. You murdered your husband because... Oh, fine, we're stuck again. All right, Phil. This is embarrassing. Hold it, Phil. All right, boy, come on, some more pages.
Here you come.
Thanks. Oh, yes. Now, listen, Mrs. Smith. You murdered your husband because there's another man in the case. Now, tell me, who's your lover? Who is it?
Well, what's going on here?
Hello, darling.
Hello, dear.
The other man. What's your name?
My card, sir.
Dr. Philo Harrison, F.C. What's the F.C. for?
Physician and surgeon.
Also full of corn, and I like that better. Listen, Harrison, I don't think you're a doctor at all. Where did you study medicine?
Madison, Wisconsin.
I thought. Now, come clean, you. You're this woman's sweetheart, aren't you?
Why, that's ridiculous.
Preposterous.
Incredible.
Santifer.
Sudafed.
Cut that out! You two are responsible for the murder of J. Malcolm Smith. And you're under arrest.
You can't arrest us. You can't prove we did it.
Oh, yes, I can. I know your motive. You killed Mr. Smith because... Oh, nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the finish of this thrilling murder mystery, why don't you run down to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O? And if you'd like a copy of Jell-O's wonderful new calendar of desserts recipe book, just send a dime, 10 cents, to Don Wilson, Battle Creek, Michigan. Be sure to do it today.
Hey, fellas, we're stuck again.
Here you are, Tom.
All right, let's finish this. I know your motive, Dr. Harrison. You killed Mr. Smith because you're in love with his wife. That's the truth now, isn't it?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't kill him.
All right, yes, you did. You're guilty of murder, Harrison, murder. And you're going to hang for it.
All right. I'll confess. I did it. I killed him. I killed him because I hated him. I'm glad he's dead, you understand?
Oh, brother.
Not bad, eh? I ought to get the Academy Award for this.
You'll hang first. Come on, you two. Slap the handcuffs out of them, Sarge.
I didn't bring him with me.
Oh, well, never mind. It ain't believable anyhow. Play, Doctor.
If you haven't yet sent in for your copy of that brand new recipe book, The Calendar of Desserts, do so real soon. It's a beautiful-looking book that you'll find a pleasure to own. And let me show you how downright convenient it is to use. Suppose, for example, that you're trying to think of an idea for tomorrow night's dessert. With this new recipe book, you'd simply open it to the pages that contain dessert suggestions for January. And there, under January 13th, you'd read about a delightful Jell-O treat called Raspberry Charlotte, a combination of luscious raspberry jam and rich crimson raspberry Jell-O. That's all there is to it. You simply name the date, and this clever book suggests a dessert. There are 365 dessert ideas in this swell book, a different one for every day in the year, including all kinds of pastries, puddings, cakes, and cookies, and many, many desserts made with bright, shimmering Jell-O. So send for your copy now. Mail 10 cents, just 10 cents in coin or stamp to me, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Do it tonight.
The last number of the 15th program in the current Jell-O series. We will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Say, boys, but next week will you please try and have the program ready before we go on the air?
Okay.
Hello, Ma. Good night. What can I do? Good night.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with On the Road to Pismo Beach. You know, ladies and gentlemen, once Jell-O has become a favorite dessert at any family, it usually stays a family favorite from then on. Every day we get letters from folks telling us how they've been enjoying Jell-O for years and enjoying it more and more all the time. And there's a reason for this, too. Jell-O is just so downright delightful that once you try it, no other dessert ever seems quite so gay and beguiling, quite so rich in rare, tantalizing flavors as Jell-O. And another reason why Jell-O is such a year-after-year favorite in most homes is because it can be served in so many different ways, using Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Incidentally, if you haven't tried strawberry and raspberry Jell-O recently, do so real soon. Both are now better than ever with a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something mighty distinctive, a truly unique goodness. Why not enjoy a grand dessert made with bright, tempting Jell-O tomorrow? That was On the Road to Pismo Beach, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that last Monday, a great and well-deserved honor was bestowed upon our illustrious Master of Ceremonies.
Oh, Don, do you have to tell everything?
For many years now, the outstanding stars of Hollywood have been selected to inscribe their footprints in the forecourt of Grauman's Chinese Theater as a tribute to their supreme artistry.
Don, please, I'm so flustered.
So without further ado, I bring you the latest celebrity to achieve this great distinction, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, your introduction was awfully sweet, but I wish you hadn't brought the subject up. It might make people think I'm hammy.
Well, Jack, it was a grand tribute, and I feel that our listeners should know about it.
True, Don, but it makes me feel so darn uncomfortable. No, I really didn't want you to mention the honor accorded me at Grauman's Chinese last Monday at 2 p.m. before a crowd estimated by the police at over 3,000. I mean, it happened, it's over, now let's forget it.
But, Jack, there isn't the slightest reason...
Now, Don, there must be other things to talk about. So, let's change the subject, shall we?
Now, just a minute, Jack. There isn't the slightest reason why you should be embarrassed over this wonderful compliment.
Well, maybe so, Don, but
Mr. Grauman must have thought a lot of you to suggest adding your footprints to such a distinguished group.
I know.
Why,
but...
Jack, a great artist like you should realize...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello. What's that, Don? A great artist like me should what?
How are you, Mr. Wilson?
He's fine. Sit down. I should realize what, Don?
You should realize that... Oh, darn it, I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, you had it on the tip of your tongue. Concentrate. I should realize what?
Now, let's see.
Hiya, Jackson. Are you on the beam tonight?
Quiet, Phil. Don was trying to think of something. I should realize what, Don?
Oh, it slipped my mind, Jack, so we might just as well forget it.
Well, that's a fine how do you do. Don, we were talking about me putting my footprints in the cement in front of Grauman's Chinese Theater.
Oh, yeah, I read about that. You know, Jackson, this was a big week for the both of us.
What do you mean?
Well, at night school, I received a great tribute. I got a gold star for spelling.
Oh.
Congratulations, Phil. That's terrific.
That's swell, Mr. Harris. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I think that gold star was footprint. So you're an honor student, eh, Phil?
Yeah. I was the only guy in the class that could spell Mississippi.
Well, that's a toughie. Let's hear you spell it now.
Okay, hold my coat, Dennis.
Spell it with your coat on. Go ahead, Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Oh, very good. Now spell river.
River.
I knew it. Phil, you can now take that gold star and paste it back on a Hennessy bottle. No kidding, you ought to quit. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing in particular. We're just fooling around.
What's the matter? Didn't your writers prepare anything this week either?
You mean mink and schmink? No, they said they needed a vacation, so they went to Catalina Island to write the program.
Did they send you any material?
No, but this morning I got a wire from them that said, have just pinned script on Seagull. Watch for it. Those guys are always going someplace.
Remember the time you sent them out for a hot tamale and they went to Mexico City?
Do I? That tamale cost me $800 and it was ice cold when I got it. Oh, well, we'll manage. We did last week. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
How about a song?
Okay. Say, Miss Livingston, did you hear about Mr. Benny at Grauman's Chinese Theater?
Hear about it? I was there.
All right, Dennis, let's have your song.
Talk about laughs.
Who's talking about laughs? Sing, Dennis.
What happened, Mary?
Well... Well, Jack and I went to a matinee at the Chinese last Monday, and they were fixing the sidewalk there.
All right, they were fixing the sidewalk.
And Mr. Grauman happened to be standing at the box office.
Yeah?
So Jack went up to him and said, Mr. Grauman, as long as you've got all this wet cement here, how about paying a tribute to my supreme artistry?
Now, wait a minute.
So Mr. Grauman said, what do you mean? And Jack said, make with a footprint.
He said that to me. Go ahead and sing, Dennis.
Wait a minute now, Jackson. We want to hear this.
Oh.
Yeah, what happened, Mary?
Well.
So without waiting for an answer, Jack jumped into the wet cement and disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yeah, they were filling in a manhole.
Well, it's still a wonderful tribute, and I'm proud of it. Now, let's have your song, Dennis.
Okay. Say, what's that in your ear, Mr. Benny?
Cement. Now, go ahead and sing. Mr. Grauman pays a little tribute to my supreme artistry, and everybody's jealous. I Hear a Rhapsody sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, the Benny Hungry Hollywood Harlequins will present their version of that...
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. I thought you said your writers didn't work this week.
That seagull came in while Dennis was singing. The Benny Harlequins will present their version of that sensational Warner Brothers picture. That masterpiece of human emotion. That gripping melodrama of the sidewalks of New York, City for Conquest. Thank you, Warner Brothers. Now, in this epic, nice of them to come all the way from Burbank. Now, in this epic, I will play the part as portrayed by James Cagney on the screen. That of a rough and tough kid who fights his way through the slums and grows up to be a prize fighter. And Mary...
Why, Jack, how can you play that part? You're not the Jimmy Cagney type.
I'll handle it. Now, Mary...
Imagine you playing a prize fighter. That's just silly.
Oh, I'll do all right. Now, Mary...
But, Jackson, you ain't tough enough to be Jimmy Cagney. It ain't believable.
Well, I'll try it anyway. Now, Mary...
Mr. Harris is right. You're not tough enough.
Oh, yeah? Put him up, Dave. Put up your dope. I'll show you who's not tough enough.
Oh, Jack, calm down. Why pick on Dennis?
Well, you know how excitable I am. I guess I lost my head. Sorry, kid.
Can I put my dukes down now?
Yeah. Now, my name will be Danny, and Mary, you're going to be my girlfriend, Peggy. You know, the part Ann Sheridan played. And you're madly in love with me.
Why can't I play Carol Lombard's part?
She wasn't in the picture.
That's what I mean.
Mary, you're either going to be madly in love with me or infatuated with the May Company. Now, Phil, you're going to be Eddie, my kid brother, a frail, artistic sort of fellow whose only interests are his books and his great love of music.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're high-strung and delicate, Phil, and your forehead suggests deep intellect.
Yeah?
You grow up to be a great composer and finally conduct your own symphony at Carnegie Hall.
At last, the part that fits me.
Phil, it's just that we're stuck. That part fits you like a mail-order suit made by a nearsighted tailor for a couple of other fellas. Now, Don.
Yes, Jack?
You have one of the most important parts in our play. You are the narrator, and you symbolize the spirit of a great metropolis. In fact, Don, you are New York.
He ought to take a little weight off his bronx.
You said it. Now, this play, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, Phil, how about playing... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Billy. This is Rochester.
I'm sorry, Rochester. I'm busy.
You want to be busier than that? I'm quitting.
Quitting? What's the trouble now?
It's about that mechanical man Mr. Billingsley made.
You mean the robot?
Yeah, he's breaking up everything in the house. You know that big grandfather's clock we got in the hall that runs so good?
Yes?
Well, Tempest has fused it for the last time.
Oh, my goodness, that clock was very expensive.
I tried to stop him, but he whammed me right on top of the head.
On top of the head? Why, that robot is made of iron. Did he hurt you?
I won't need collars no more.
Well, look, Rochester, I told you before there are buttons on that robot to control them. All you have to do is sneak up behind them and press the buttons.
That's how I got my neck shortened.
Now, Rochester.
Just call me Turtle.
Now, Rochester, I don't want that mechanical man roaming around the house. Where is he now?
He's in the kitchen. I think he's that way about the electric refrigerator.
that's just silly. A robot has no emotions or feelings. He hasn't even got a personality.
He has now. He's wearing you too big.
Well, take it off of him. Now, Rochester, this is no time for joking. I'll be home right after the program. Meanwhile, tell Mr. Billingsley to keep that robot in his own room.
Okay.
What was that?
My neck just came out. So long, boy.
So long. Play, Phil. I wish Mr. Billingsley would take a trip somewhere on his magic carpet. That was You Walk By, played by Phil Harris and his Sunset and Vine Orchestra. Sunset meaning they are playing right here on Sunset Boulevard, and Vine meaning they are just clinging to their job. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our sensational melodrama, City for Conquest, Curtain, Music.
Our scene, ladies and gentlemen, is New York. New York, the greatest metropolis in the world. Millions of people gasping for life and air, fighting, biting, clawing away for a place in the sun. New York!
Gee, that's wonderful.
And now, we take you to the East Side. The attic room shared by Danny, the truck driver, and his brother Eddie, the young musical genius. As the scene opens, Eddie, with an inspired look on his delicate face, is seated at his drum, composing his Symphony of New York. Listen.
No, I still haven't got it. I don't feel that ending, but I can't give up. I must finish my symphony. I have a thought. That's it! Now I've got it! Oh, that's it! That's the voice of New York!
Hello, Eddie. How's me kid brother?
Oh, hello, Danny. Why aren't you working this afternoon?
My boss started an argument, so I slugged him. Then a couple of cops came along, and I slugged them, too. I slug everybody.
Oh, Danny, you're always fighting. Will you ever pick up good manners by yourself, or do I have to learn you?
That ain't no use, brother. I'm just naturally tough. How's your symphony coming along?
No, I fear the masters will never like it. It's much too highbrow.
Let me hear what you've done so far, will you, brother?
Very well. I call my composition Manhattan,
Allegory. Manhattan Allegory. Let's hear it, brother.
All right. I'll start with the part you like, Danny. The part I call East River, with all its proud and passionate beauty, with all its shrieking jungle cries for life and sun.
Gee.
And I carry on the theme until I've told the complete story of New York, with its wealth and power and everlasting loveliness.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Let's hear it, brother. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. I can see it all. The Empire State Building. The tenements downtown with the laundry hanging out the window. Oh, boy. And that's Central Park in the moonlight. It's winter and the snow is falling. And that's a winter garden gig. Holy smokes. Olson and Johnson are still there. Oh, Eddie, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Eddie, you're a genius. But what's that cowbell for?
Well, that symbolizes the burning of New York. You know, when Mrs. O'Leary's cow kicked over the lantern.
That was Chicago. Oh, brother. That's got nothing to do with New York.
Okay, I'll take it out.
But otherwise, it's beautiful. I can listen to that forever. Oh, hello, Peggy.
Hello, Danny.
Get that girl out of here. A composer has no time for women.
Well, Eddie, at least you can say hello to me, sweetheart.
Hello, Eddie.
Hello, babe. What you doing later?
Eddie! Hello's enough. Gee, you look pretty tonight, Peggy. Is that a new skoit?
Yeah, this is a new skoit. Is that a new shoit?
Yeah. It's a new shoit. How do you like my shoit?
Too toit around Detroit.
Well, so much for that.
Say, Eddie, how's your symphony coming along?
Gee, Peggy, you ought to hear it. Gee, it's beautiful.
Beautiful, yes. But who's ever going to hear it? Where will I get the money to complete my masterpiece?
Oh, he's so high-strung.
I might as well tear it up. I'll never achieve my ambition. Never, never, never.
Poor kid, he's so sensitive.
Also unbelievable.
But don't cry, brother. I'll get you the money. I know what I'll do. I'll be a prize fighter. There's a lot of dough in that.
A prize fighter? Oh, don't do that, Danny.
No, Danny, you mustn't. You'll get your nose broken.
With all this cement in it? Don't be silly. Your music belongs to the wild, Eddie, to the wild. And I'm going to see that Day gets it.
Months pass, and Danny the truck driver becomes Kid Sampson, the sensational newcomer to the ring. After an amazing series of knockouts, he is now the leading contender for the championship of the world. We now find Kid Sampson in the gymnasium, training for the big fight.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. How am I doing, Eddie?
Oh, Danny, I wish you wouldn't fight.
I'm doing it for you, brother. Hey, Lefty, you think I'm in good shape now?
Yeah, but now listen, kid. This guy you're fighting tomorrow night is plenty tough. And you got to know how to handle him.
Don't worry, I'll moiter him.
Now, don't be too sure of yourself, kid. The champ's got a habit of leading with a saddle portrait, and he's liable to hit you with a saddle razor separate.
Oh, yeah. I'll remember that.
And when you duck, he comes back with a little saddle force. Watch out for that Cassis sorcerer. You know, he's liable to fire you with a saddle force to centrifate to the kidneys.
I'll watch out for that. I'll get in close.
Now, look, you can't be too careful. I remember in Chicago, he was fighting a guy in a saddle force.
Yeah?
1, 2 feet of face. He stood back with a cat.
Trappist syndrome?
Get him in a saddle force to stab him, He pulled him in his state and reaped. I've seen him.
Okay. Maybe you're right. Give me a rub down, Lefty.
I don't know where that bottle of alcohol is.
You don't? It was here yesterday. Where is it?
I broke it. I can't stand alcohol.
Oh, for Pete's sake! Hey, what's that sticking out of your hip pocket?
That's for after the play.
Give me that. Here, Lefty, rub me down.
Now, look, wait till you take your shower. There's no use saddle roller brushes, is there?
No, I'll do it later. Well, look who's here. Hello, Peggy.
Hello, Samson.
That's Kid Sampson.
With gray hair?
That don't make no difference. I'm as hard as nails. Get a load of this chest and feel these muscles.
Where?
Right there on my arm. Look at that bulge. That's a muscle.
Where? I don't see it.
Right up. Now you scared it. It's gone. Well, I gotta leave you now, Peggy. I'm gonna get me rubbed down.
Gee, Danny, you ought to get some new trunks.
What's wrong with these I'm wearing?
They're so long I can hardly see your garters.
They're all right.
Say, Danny, who are you fighting tomorrow night?
The champ. And he's one of the toughest mugs in the ring.
What's his name?
Dennis Killer Day. That guy's dynamite.
Oh, Danny, I know you're doing this all for me, but I can't let you go through with it.
Give it up, Danny. Please. Please.
Oh, stop crying. Stop, will you?
I want my rubbing alcohol.
All right, here. Come on, Lefty, let's go.
Pull up your trunks, kid. I want to tie your shoe.
Oh, yeah. They are a little droopy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Clem McNulty coming to you from the ringside of Madison Square Garden. We're about to witness the championship fight between Killer Day, holder of the title, and Kid Sampson, the contender. The killer is already in his corner, and here comes Kid Sampson, nervously pulling his trunks up. What? He stumbles. He's up again.
Darn, these trunks, they are too long. Get me suspenders, Lefty.
Now, before the fight begins, we'll have a word from each of the contestants. First, Kid Sampson, the challenger.
I'll moiter him.
And now the champion, Killer Day.
I'll get killed.
Come on, let's get going.
The referee has just given the boys their final instructions. They're standing in their own corners, nervously awaiting the bell. And there it is. The boys meet in the center of the ring, and Killer Day leads with a right to the jaw.
Ooh. I'm sorry, Mr. Benny.
Watch it, will you? I got me glasses on. Wait till I take them off.
Kid Sampson removes his glasses.
Ooh.
And counters with a left to the referee. He can't see a thing without them.
Oh, yeah? Where's that killer? I'll moiter him.
Kid Sampson is staggering around, and Killer Day is moving in for a knockout blow.
Ooh.
The killer throws another one.
Ooh.
And another one.
Ooh.
And another one.
Ooh, ooh.
Kid Sampson is down, and it looks like a knockout.
Ladies and gentlemen, while Kid Sampson is in Dreamland, let me tell you about Jell-O's new dessert recipe book. This interesting book contains 365 recipes and suggestions, one for each day of the year. It can be obtained by sending 10 cents to Don Wilson, Battle Creek, Michigan. I thank you.
Ooh. Let me have that guy. I'll slug him. I'll moiter him.
It's too late. You're in your dressing room.
Oh, yeah. Darn that, Dennis. He hit me right in my big blue eye. Ooh.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny.
Sorry nothing. Now listen here, Dennis. You knew very well this was a play and that I was supposed to knock you out.
Well, I'm Irish.
I don't care what you are.
Hey, what about my symphony?
The heck with your symphony. Dennis, say, I'm not going to forget this. There's no excuse. You saw the picture. Jimmy Cagney's supposed to knock out the champion. That's the only way he can get the money to help his brother. And what happened? The minute my back is turned, you hit me right square in the eye. Now, this is the last time
During the past 40 years, ladies and gentlemen, Jell-O has become increasingly famous as the name of America's favorite gelatin dessert. And now, today, those big red letters are acquiring new fame on the Jell-O pudding package. Jell-O puddings, as you know, are the most recent members of the Jell-O family. Swell, ready-prepared puddings with the same high quality you've come to expect of every product that bears the name Jell-O. Jell-O puddings are available in 3 grand old pudding flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. And you'll find each one full of rich, creamy goodness, the last word in smooth, mellow delight. Jell-O puddings take only a few minutes to make, and they sell for the same low price as Jell-O. So tomorrow when you order Jell-O, order Jell-O puddings, too. And in buying both, look for those big red letters on the box. The name Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. And you make sure of getting the finest dessert enjoyment every time you ask for Jell-O, your password to pleasure.
This is the last number of the 16th program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Ooh, how does my eye look, Mary?
Let's go to Ciro's and get a steak for us.
Okay, I'll take it out of Dennis's salary. Good night, folks.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Bill Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. History shows that RCA, the parent company of RCA Victor, has consistently scored many pioneering firsts in electronics and broadcasting. It is thanks to RCA, for example, that nationwide network broadcasting is soon to celebrate its silver anniversary. RCA formed the National Broadcasting Company on September 9, 1926, and from that date, radio expanded to become America's #1 means of mass communication. But RCA did not limit itself to radio. It vigorously pioneered in other fields. And one of its newest achievements is Superset television that brings you clearest reception possible in the city or in the country. You get virtually no interference. The RCA Victor Hampton, for instance, is a superset with picture power. Look for it when you go television shopping. That's the Hampton. 17-inch Consulette television with amazing picture power. Remember, too, that the sure sign of quality is the name RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Two weeks ago, at a meeting of the Parent Teachers Association, it was decided to form a school orchestra. When the question of getting a capable musician to lead the children was raised, Phil jumped to his feet and offered his services as conductor. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then the principal recovered his composure and said, "What's the matter, you crazy or something?" However, no one else volunteered, so Phil got the job.
Okay, kids, settle down. All right, let's settle down, kids. Quiet. Settle down. That's it. Let's have it nice and quiet. And look, if you're going to keep practicing at my house, you got to play better than that. We've been rehearsing this number for 2 weeks. Now let's play it good. Are you ready, children? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Now, what little wise guy sneaked that ending in? Who wrote this arrangement?
I did.
Well, who are you?
Herman Lombardo Jr.
Why don't you play with your Uncle Guy's band?
He's got too many relatives with him now. He's got to farm some of us out.
Okay. Farm some of you out. Now, look, kids. You didn't play that well at all. Baby Alice, what kind of a way is that to play the piano? You sound like you're snapping at it with your teeth.
Sorry, Daddy, but I'm a little confused. Me too. Are we supposed to play this pizzicato, allegro, or fortissimo?
Who sneaked that Eskimo in here?
Daddy, those are musical terms. They're Italian.
I know that. Now, children, you play the first 8 bars cacciatore and segue into a scalapini. And do it right, because I don't want anybody pulling...
Mr. Harris, do you know anything about music?
Oh, you silly child. Listen, I'll have you know I've been leading a band for 25 years.
Answer the boy's question.
Alice, please. No kibitzing, huh? Son, music happens to be my business, and I know every phase of it. Now, you kids haven't been playing your instruments right. You haven't been trying hard enough. Especially you, little girl. You've been sitting there all morning with that thing in your mouth, and not a note has come out. What's wrong?
This is a lollipop.
Oh. I thought it was a short oboe with a red reed.
Phil, Phil, I think you're being a little too harsh with the children.
But, Alice, don't you understand? They're giving their first concert here tonight, and their folks are going to be here, and they got to play good.
What's the matter with the way we're playing?
It ain't right. Kids, I don't want to strain your childish minds, but the trumpet section isn't right. The woodwinds are off, and as for you over there, you've hit nothing but clinkers.
If you don't like the way I play my guitar, get somebody else. I'm only doing this to help you and the kids. You needed somebody who could read music.
All right, Remley. Don't get excited. You've been a big help. Now, we're going to start over again, children, and to make sure that we're all in the right key, I'm going to ask Mr. Remley to hit a C. Well, go ahead, Frankie. Hit a C.
Don't rush me. I'm looking for it. Which one is C, Curly?
How stupid can you be, Remley? C is the note that comes after, comes just before... Wait a minute. Do, re, mi. Do. Hit a me, Remley.
Beg your pardon?
I said hit a me.
I don't want to hit you, boss. I like you.
Oh, that's a big joke.
Get a load of Luigi and his mother. Listen, now, will you stop clowning around, Remley, and hit a C?
Okay. Hit that right on the nose.
You certainly did. It sounds like it's bleeding.
Phil, if you expect the children to play a concert tonight, you'd better get on with the rehearsal.
All right, honey, all right. All right now, children. Now, let's do it right this time. Phyllis, you ain't playing those drums good enough.
But, Daddy, I don't want to play the drums. They're nothing but a lot of noise.
How can you say that? The drum is very important. What would an orchestra be without the concussion section? Now, look, I'm going to show you how to play them. I'll tell you what you do. You come down here and conduct, Phyllis.
I don't know how to conduct, Daddy.
Well, there's nothing to it, honey. You've seen me lead my band 100 times. Just do what I do. Now, here's my baton. Go ahead.
Very well. All right, you guys. Put your shoes on, drop them racing forms, and pay attention.
Wait a minute. Must have been listening to Spade Cooley. Look, you better let me conduct. I got to make this gang around here sound better.
Mr. Harris, may I make a suggestion?
Why, yes. What is it, son?
Don't you think it would help immeasurably if we segregated the woodwinds from the percussions, thereby eliminating the discordant reverberance, giving us a better acoustical balance?
Remley, what? Take this kid outside and burp him. Look, Einstein.
Mr. Harris, I don't mean to be fresh, but I think my uncle would make a better leader for this orchestra than you. He knows more about classical music.
Are you kidding? I know more about classical music than any man alive.
But my uncle is Leopold Stokowski.
I don't care if he's Borominovich. I suppose you think you know more about music than I do.
My father thinks I do.
What does your father know about music?
The Philharmonic Orchestra is giving a concert tonight, and my father's the guest conductor.
Oh, he's doing guest spots, huh? If he was any good, he'd have his own band. Now, let me get this straight. I'm the leader here, and you'll do as I say. Now, I want everybody...
But I don't think you're doing it right.
Hold it. Look, Buster, if you've got a beef, let's go out in the alley and settle. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. I've handled these sidemen before. I know what they're like.
Mr. Harris.
What do you want?
Let's stop horsing around and start playing.
All right. Now, look, there's one thing you kids got to remember. There's only two ways an orchestra can play, the right way or the wrong. And I'm going to show you the difference.
How?
Well, you see, honey, my band once made a recording for RCA Victor, and I'm going to play it for you.
But why show them the wrong way first?
Well, this is one of the good records I made. Now pay attention, huh? Young Johnny Jones, he had a cute little boat, and all the girlies he would take for a float. He had girlies on the shore, sweet little peaches by the score. But Johnny was a Weisenheimer, you know. His steady girl was Flo. And every Sunday afternoon, they'd jump in his boat, and then they'd spoon. And then he'd row, row, row. Right up that river he would row, row, row. A hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when. He'd fool around, and then he'd kiss again, and then he'd row, row, row. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. And with her head on his chest, he'd take a few measures rest, and then he'd row, row. In Johnny's boat he had a cute little seat, and all the kisses that he stole were so sweet. And he knew just how to row. He was a rowing Romeo. He had an island where the trees were so grand. He knew just how to land. Then tales of love he'd tell to Flo, till it was time for them to go. And then he'd row, row, row. On up that river he would row so slow. That hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when. He'd fool around, and then he'd kiss again. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. Then he'd drop both his oars, take a few more encores, and then he'd row, 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 just he and Florence. Row, row, row right into heaven. Row, row. He had no Johnson motors, so Johnny and Flo would row, row, row. Well, children, there you are.
There we are what?
Well, that was my band. How'd you like it, Patricia? Who asked you? How'd the rest of you like it?
I didn't care much for the band, but I thought the vocalist was fine.
You did?
Yeah. How long has Tallulah Bankhead been singing with your band?
That was me, son, and my band sounded great. I wish you kids played half as good.
It's not our fault, Daddy. You've got us playing instruments we don't want to play. I want to play the violin, Laurie wants to play the oboe, and Bruce wants to play the bassoon.
I know, Phyllis, honey, but we don't have those instruments, and you're just going to have to play what we got.
Really, the kids are right. You can't force them to play an instrument unless they have a natural aptitude for it. Certain people are born to do certain things. Take me, for instance. I was born to play the guitar.
That's what you were born for?
Yeah.
Your old man should have barbecued to start. However, if it's going to help the orchestra any, I'll go out and buy those instruments. In fact, I'll buy them all new instruments.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. There are 20 children here. Buying instruments for all of them will cost you a fortune.
I don't care what it costs. Nothing is too good for the children. If buying instruments will make their little hearts happy, I'm going to get it for them and blast the expense. That's the kind of guy I am.
That's telling her, Wonga.
Wonga, how long has this kid known me? I thought you just picked him up and bring him. Look, I'm going to buy him all new instruments.
I'm warning you, Phil. It'll cost you a lot of money.
Not if he goes to the right place, Alice. Curly, I happen to know a guy who has a large stock of musical instruments.
Oh? And under what manhole cover do we find this hot heart?
Curly, please. This guy's an honest businessman. You know I wouldn't take the kids to any shady characters.
Well, I certainly hope you wouldn't. And I think in a time like this, I think I'll give you a go, huh?
All right.
Come on, kids. Let's go down. We're all going to buy new instruments, huh?
Hey, come on.
All right, quiet down, you kids. Quiet now. Behave yourselves. My friend's store is right down the street here. Now, when we get in, I want you all to act like little ladies and gentlemen.
We will, Uncle Frankie.
Oh, and another thing. When we get in this pawn shop, don't handle the revolvers. You never know when they might be loaded.
Frankie!
I'm only warning them. I lost my dear old grandmother.
Okay. What's the matter with you? We have not taken any kids into a pawn shop.
Why not? Uncle Herman's Hockery is a very nice place.
All right, I don't care about it. The kids are still not going. Now, come on, children. There's a music shop down the street right next to the market. We'll go in there and buy the instruments. Come on, kids. Follow me.
Hey, Curly, I feel kind of silly walking down the street with all these kids following us. People are beginning to look at us.
Let them look. I don't mind. I like to have a bunch of kids with me.
Mm-hmm.
I feel real important having all these cute little kids following me down the street.
Well, if it ain't the pie-eyed piper of ham house.
No, what's he doing out here?
I don't know. They forgot to wash the streets last night. All right, Judy, you can go ahead now. We ain't got no time.
Wait a minute. Why are all them kids chasing you? What did you guys steal from them?
We didn't steal nothing from them, and they ain't chasing us. They're with us. We're taking them around.
What are you doing, running a floating marble game?
Don't be a little wise. I wonder if there's any money in there. With loaded marbles, it could be.
Remley.
Just musing.
I know.
I still want to know what you're doing with them kids.
Well, if you must know, they're our protégés. They needed help, and Frankie and me are teaching them.
What could they be learning?
They're learning to be like us. That's what they're learning.
Oh, they're studying to be complete idiots, huh?
Wait a minute. When you get lost, go next door to your meat market and pat the liver. Come on, Remley, let's go to the music shop. Look, kids, all you kids better wait out here till we see if they have what we want. Hey, Remley, they got all kinds of instruments here. We ought to be able to get anything we want.
Yeah. Wonder where the salesman is.
How about a little service around here?
We want to get waited on.
What's on your mind, Mac?
What are you, on skates? What are you doing in there now?
I gotta wait on you. The guy who owns this place went out to lunch and he asked me to watch the store.
Oh, he picked a good boy. Good boy.
Don't be snide. Now then, what do you want? And whatever it is you can't afford the price, I'm gonna mark it up to.
Look, kid, don't try to put anything over on me. I'm too sharp for you. I'll look around and see what I want.
Hey, Curly, we have a large string section, so we ought to get a couple of these, huh?
Yeah, hey. Hey, they look good, too. And that finish feels...
Don't finger the merchandise!
But I'm just feeling the...
Get your Cherokee choppers off of them killers! You ain't touching nothing till you buy it.
All right. Now, show me your complete line of concert instruments, and don't try to fool me. Because if there's one thing I know about, it's musical instruments.
Oh, I'm fully aware of your musical knowledge. I know you understand quality and fine instruments. Therefore, I'd like to show you this little number first. This'll be the pride of your brass section.
Hey, that's a good-looking instrument. Fine brass, expert craftsmanship. And I see it's got a good tone. Hey, do you mind if I try it?
How do you like that? I saw him a spittoon and he wants to play it.
Why don't you take it, Curly? I'll accompany you on the rubber mat.
One at a time.
Look, you two guys, if you want... Oh, thank goodness. Here comes the boss. He can wait on you.
Oh, hello. Are you the owner of this place?
Yes.
Well, I'm Phil Harris, and I want to buy some instruments for my orchestra.
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to help you. Oh, are you the Phil Harris whose band I hear on the radio?
That's right.
Do me a favor. Don't buy any instruments here. It'll only give my store a bad name. I've only had the place about a month. My wife's folks put up the money, and I don't wish to...
All right, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Don't tell me your troubles. I'm 100 years old. I just come in here for a minute. Look, how much would it cost me to buy 20 instruments for an orchestra? And mind you, I want the best.
20 of the best instruments?
Yeah.
Let me figure. Let me see. 20... Would $34,000 be asking too much?
$34,000 for instruments? What are they all, Stradivarius ones?
Well, the cheapest ones would cost you $3,000.
Look, I can't do no business with you, bud. I'm sorry. Come on, Remley. Let's get out of this joint. All right. I'll just have to tell the kids I can't afford to buy them instruments. They'll understand.
Well, Daddy, did you and Uncle Frankie buy us all new instruments?
No, we didn't, honey. We wanted to, but they were too expensive.
I told you they were a couple of cheapskates.
Look, kids, we tried, but we didn't have enough money. I'm sorry.
Excuses. That's all we ever get.
Well, I tell you, I tried.
You can't do this.
All right, quiet. Quiet now, kids. Quiet. Now, it'll be Mr. Harris and me'll think of something. Now, in the meantime, why don't all 20 of you go next door and buy some ice cream? Treats on me. Here's the money.
Thanks, Uncle Frankie. Do we have to bring back change?
Nah, spend the whole dime. Eat till your butt.
Wait a minute, kid. Remley, what's the matter with you? There are 20 kids and you give them a dime for ice cream.
Them popsicles are pretty big. They ought to get at least 2 licks apiece out of it.
All right. Give him back his dime, fellas. Here's a $5 bill.
Give him back his 5, kid. Here's 100. And bring back the change.
Grogan. Listen, Grogan, why did you give those children $100?
I always give them big bills.
Why?
Nobody would suspect the kid of trying to pass the stuff.
No, my daughter's in that market with a hot C note. Now I gotta go in there.
Oh, wait, don't get excited. It ain't hot. Just lukewarm.
Hey, Grogan, maybe you can help us. Curly's having a children's concert at his house tonight. You know where we can get some musical instruments?
Yeah, they're for the kids, Grog. You see, I wanted to buy them, but they cost $3,000, and I ain't got that kind of money.
Oh, gee, that's a shame. You know, that is a lot of dough. Wish I could help you, but... Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea. Why don't you use the kids to help you raise the dough?
The kids? How?
Well, you pick the 2 richest ones and you hold them for ransom.
Hey, yeah, No, Alice would never pay it. Look, thanks anyway, Grove. Come on, Remley. I guess those 4 kids are just going to have to play the concert tonight with what they got.
It's a nice guy, that Harris. Swell person to have around. Next time I get sent up, I'm going to have him framed and take him with me. Wish I could get those instruments for him and those little kids for that concert tonight. Let's see, where can I get the best instruments? Oh, I got it. From the best musicians. Them kids will have good instruments tonight, or my name ain't Rodney J. Grogan. Alias Lefty the Lip, alias Manny Manheim, alias number 74296.
Phil, what time are you going to start the concert? The children's parents are here and they're getting impatient.
Well, honey, I'm having trouble with the kids. They won't play unless they have the new instruments I promised them.
Well, it's your own fault. You shouldn't have promised them.
Well, now I'll have to call the concert off.
Why scratch it, Harris? Let the kids play.
Grogan, what are you doing in my house? Now, how'd you get in?
Now, what kind of a stupid question is that? I cut the pane in the bedroom window and climbed in like anybody else.
What are you doing here?
I got the instruments for the kiddies.
Honestly?
Don't ask embarrassing questions. Me and my boys, we got enough instruments for all the kids.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Hey, how many'd you get?
8 truckloads. All right, fellas, start unloading.
Now, just a moment, Mr. Grogan. If you didn't get them honestly, don't bring them in. We don't want any instruments you got at the point of a gun.
I did not get them at the point of a gun. You're too suspicious, Blondie. I just borrowed them from a group of musicians. I told them the story about the kids, and they just handed over the instruments. You know, soft-hearted guys. You know, when I left there, they were crying like babies.
Ah, they were really crying, huh? Well, that's musicians for you.
Oh, hello, Mr. Harris. I hope I'm not too late for the concert.
Oh, hello, Mr. Crown.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought you were supposed to be conducting at the Philharmonic tonight.
Well, I was, but a terrible thing happened. While we were rehearsing this afternoon, a gang of hoodlums broke in, held us up, and stole all our instruments.
How perfectly distressing. Now, who would do a thing like that?
I ain't sure, but I think the guy who did it talks like this.
Say, Mr. Crown, could you identify the leader of this gang?
Well, no, we never got a chance to see him. The tear gas bomb had us crying like babies.
Look here, Grogan, I'm not going to have those kids playing stolen instruments. Don't bring them in this house.
So late, they're already in and the kids are gone. Well, just look at their little faces. They're as happy as I was when I got my first pair of brass knuckles.
Just a moment, those instruments. They're the ones that were stolen from the Philharmonic this afternoon. I'm going to call the police.
Drop that phone.
Oh, this is embarrassing. The guests overheard us and they're starting to leave.
They ain't going no place. Don't nobody move. I got you covered. The concert is about to start. All right, Harris, conduct.
Yes, sir. Ready, children? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, Phil, what a horrible evening. The children playing stolen instruments, then the police came and raided the place. Oh, gee, Phil, it was awful.
Now, honey, take it easy. Just take it easy. Go to sleep and stop worrying. We'll go down the first thing in the morning and bail the kids out.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. An RCA Victor 45 instrument is a better buy than ever before. Now, when you buy an RCA Victor instrument that plays 45s exclusively, you can select over $6 worth of record albums at no additional cost. Take your pick from 25 of RCA Victor's hit albums. They're popular, classical, and children's albums to choose from, and hillbilly and western albums, too. You may want a children's album like Cinderella, plus Vaughn Monroe's On the Moonbeam. Remember, over $6 worth of these albums are yours without additional cost for the price of a Victrola 45 player alone. Select RCA Victor's versatile and practical Victrola 45 personal phonograph, for example. It has a convenient carrying handle, so you can take it with you and enjoy your 45 records almost anywhere. But don't delay. Buy a Victrola 45 phonograph now and get your bonus of over $6 worth of RCA Victor record albums at no extra cost.
Here's a great thing for our listeners. Our sponsor, RCA Victor, is cooperating to bring to the nation the Joe Louis-Rocky Marciano fight Friday, October the 26th on NBC television. So be sure to watch Joe and Rocky in this great bout next Friday on NBC TV. Folks, this is Phil Harris again. The Red Cross has asked us again to appeal urgently for blood donors for our men in Korea. Whole blood means the difference between living or dying for our wounded. Warehouses are down to the last few cases, so all of us have got to stop leaving it to the other fella to do. We got to give blood now, this week. Hey, call your Red Cross for the time and place and give, huh?
Good night, everybody.
Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild presents Pygmalion, starring the Lunts on NBC.
In this special closed-circuit broadcast to the managers and staffs of all CBS stations, Mr. Paley has asked that he might be the first to speak to you. Gentlemen, Mr. Paley.
I have asked to speak first so that I might have the pleasure of introducing Jack Benny. In a few moments, we'll pick up Jack Benny, and Amos and Andy, too, speaking in Hollywood. But before we do that, I want to take the opportunity to say something else. It is in many ways, I think, the most significant thing I could say here, and that CBS, in fact, can say to the world. It is not about the developments of the past few weeks which have happily resulted in bringing Benny to CBS so soon after Amos and Andy. We all can see what this means to our Sunday night schedule and to our competitive strength and prestige as a network. But I'm thinking of something more important. It's the network Jack Benny is coming to, the network we are today. CBS is now the leader, today, not tomorrow. That is what I take deepest pride in as I talk to you, in the fact that CBS today, all of you, already have the largest audiences in all radio, day and night, the largest individual audiences, the largest average audiences. This is an achievement of which you can be particularly proud. It couldn't have happened without your management and your facilities, without your own great status in the community. And we all recognize, I think, that it couldn't have happened as it has in just this past year without the accomplishments of the CBS package program operation. We did not depend on the hope of bringing some established great programs of radio to CBS. We developed our own, our Godfrey, our My Friend Irma, our Suspense, our Miss Brooks with Eve Arden, our My Favorite Husband with Lucille Ball, and all the others. We developed them so well that CBS program ratings in the past year increased 14% on the whole, while NBC's program ratings dropped 7% in the same period. This is real programming leadership, and it's the kind of programming leadership and audience leadership we intend to keep for you. That is why we are going to continue to develop our own creative program operation as intensively as we can. For out of this will come more Arthur Godfreys and the Jack Bennys and the Amos and Andys of tomorrow. Our programming progress and our programming hopes for the future only make us all the more delighted that we are to have the one and only Jack Benny joining forces on Sunday night with a great comedy team, Amos and Andy. I can think of nothing which more effectively will strengthen our position. There is no one else like Jack Benny, truly one of radio's best, and at the very peak of his audience attraction today. But let us hear from him now, together with Amos and Andy. And what we're going to hear, I've been told, is something unique. Jack Benny and Amos and Andy in our Hollywood studios as they prepare for this closed-circuit talk to you. I don't know exactly what they're going to say, but at any rate, it's for our ears alone. And so here they are, with my best wishes to them and to all of you for a Merry Christmas and a happy, happy New Year.
I wonder if this is the studio. Well, I'll have a look. I'm sorry. I think there'd be a sign on the door.
Oh, Mr. Benny, can I help you?
Yes, Amos and Andy and myself are doing a broadcast for the managers and personnel of all the CBS stations.
Oh, yes. The boys are waiting for you. The studio's right down the hall.
Thanks. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. I couldn't help saying yes to CBS.
Say, Andy, there's Jack Benny now.
Oh, come in, Mr. Benny. The program's already started.
Well, Amos and Andy, where's the kingfish?
Right here, Mr. Benny. Can I help carry your money?
What's that?
Well, what he is trying to say, Mr. Benny, is that all of the shows on CBS and all of the managers and personnel of all CBS stations want to welcome you to the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, that certainly is nice of everybody. You say the program has already started?
Oh, yeah. Mr. William Paley just introduced us in New York.
Bill Paley? You mean he's on this broadcast, too?
Yeah, sir. He is zigzagging in and out of the program from New York. He's listening to us right now.
Well, He is?
That's right, Miss Benny, yes.
And as I was saying, isn't Bill Paley a swell guy?
Say, Kingfish, that boy really thinks on his feet, don't he?
He even thinks when he's sitting down.
Yeah, not only Bill Paley, but everybody's so wonderful here at CBS, even the doorman. You know, the other day he spent 2 hours washing and cleaning my car, and when I tried to tip him, he wouldn't think of it. He threw the dime right back at me.
Yeah, so they're really fine people over here.
Yeah, and just think, Mr. Benny, we and you has been on the air for so many years, and now, for the first time, we'll be on the same network the same day.
Yeah, so right next to each other, too. Oh, we're really neighbors.
Yes, we can drop in on each other and borrow a cup of sugar or a joke or two. Nothing like having neighbors that are your friends. You know, I hate to take advantage of strangers.
You know, he got the right idea, Kingfish. I'd like to shake his hand sometime.
Yeah, but how's he going to get it out of his pocket?
As you know, fellas, I just can't help thinking again what a great man Bill Paley is. I hope he's still listening.
Miss Benny, you've closed your deal with CBS, ain't you?
Oh, yes, I've got a contract.
Well, then why do you have to keep flattering Mr. Paley?
Well, that's in the contract.
Yeah, well, now that we're neighbors, we can have a lot of fun together. You can come over and be a guest on our show a few times, and we can go over on your show once.
Yes. Wait a minute. Why should I go on your program a few times? You come on mine only once.
Well, there's more of us.
Yes, but you don't have the problem that I have with my cash. See, I'm under such a heavy expense.
Yeah, well, anyway, we're glad we're all together here on CBS, and me and Andy want to thank all the fine people for all the nice things they've said about us when we moved over to this network.
Well, the change will be good for all of us. I did a lot of checking up, and I found that CBS is the real leader of the field. Lots of young blood, new ideas, and the executives know teamwork and how to hustle. Of course, Bill Paley is such a wonderful guy.
Yeah, and we would feel the same way even if he wasn't listening.
Fellas, you've been here at CBS for quite a few weeks, and you know all the angles. Tell me, when does the ghost walk?
Ghost? There ain't no ghost around here.
Oh, you know, the old day, the lettuce, that green stuff. What I'm trying to say is, when does that man push the little envelope through the window?
Andy, he means when do we get paid?
Well, that's one way of putting it. I suppose it's Sunday night right after the show.
No, it's Monday morning.
Oh, shucks. That means I won't get any sleep Sunday night. I'm such a worrier.
Miss Benny, if there ain't nothing else that you want to know, why we'll be seeing each other then every Sunday night.
And never Monday morning.
Yes. And now, fellas, we ought to say a few words directly to the executives, managers, and personnel of all the stations throughout the country that will carry our program. You know, drop them a few hints.
Well, we can't tell them how to run their jobs. They know that better than we do.
But the more listeners we have, the better off we'll all be. Station managers, salesmen, personnel. When Amos and Andy and I come through your station on Sunday nights, for God's sakes, call your friends, stop people on the streets, do anything but get them to listen. Remember, you'll be doing this not only for us and for yourselves, but you'll be doing it for Bill Paley. He's such a wonderful guy. Let's show everybody that there's only one network, and that's CBS. Well, I guess that about covers it. Amos, Andy, did I leave out anything?
No, that was fine. Well, certainly was nice to get together with you. Now we better be running along again.
Well, what's your hurry, fellas? Stick around.
We'd like to, Mr. Benny, but we promised the Kingfish and some of the others that we'd drive them downtown. Ain't that right, fellas?
Yeah, that sure is.
Yeah, that's right. Sure is.
Well, so long, and I'll be seeing you.
So long, Miss Benny.
Gee, Amos and Andy are a swell bunch. Fellas, I just know we're going to have a wonderful hour on Sunday night.
We return you now to New York. Thank you, Hollywood. Gentlemen, Mr. Stanton.
Doesn't it sound good to hear those voices on our network lines and to know they'll be there every Sunday? But it wasn't easy to do this. For that matter, there is much still to be done, and that's what I would like to talk about. I want to tell you, in concluding this very pleasant closed-circuit meeting, something of what CBS and Jack Benny himself are going to do to meet the one tough problem immediately ahead of us. It is a job we face of switching NBC's Sunday evening audience, an audience of 17 years standing. It isn't going to be an easy job. We must move literally millions of radio families to new positions on the dial. We must change some of the oldest and strongest station listening habits in all of radio. And the challenge we face is to do it without any loss of rating for Jack Benny, even in his first CBS broadcast. In fact, we should give him an increased rating on CBS. Doing that, we can prove once and for all that the CBS stations are the best audience getters in network radio today. That is why we are going ahead with the biggest audience promotion campaign in history to fight off NBC's own intensive promotion drive to hold their audience Sunday nights. As I think all of you know by now, CBS has taken a double-spread advertisement in the January 2nd issue of Life magazine featuring a picture of Benny, which is the largest picture ever to appear in Life. This ad also names all your stations, too. $37,000 worth of impact in this one advertisement alone. Jack Benny is being exceedingly cooperative in helping us to switch his audience. During Christmas week, he is going to make live appearances on 5 of our big audience shows. On the Lux program Monday night, on Suspense Thursday, on the Bob Crosby Show Friday, on Saturday afternoon during the intermission of the Rose Bowl game, and on the Gene Autry Show in its new time on Saturday, January 1st. As a topper, we are going to make a modification of the CBS System Q, carefully spotted during the day, so that all CBS listeners will get the news fast and often. We will be saying, "This is CBS, where Jack Benny starts next Sunday, the Columbia Broadcasting System." In addition to all this network material, Jack Benny and Amos and Andy, too, have personally recorded special spot announcements for your individual use. These should be in your hands by now. In a few minutes, we will play some of them for you. Benny has also recorded a special 5-minute interview for use by your disc jockeys. But we still need something else, I think. It is particularly important that we start at once to inform the audience that Benny is moving over in order to counteract NBC's announcements about Horace Heidt in America's #1 spot. I hope, therefore, you already are making plentiful use of the new slogan that was wired to you a day or so ago, the one that reads, "Only 10 more listening days until Sunday, January 2nd, when Jack Benny starts on CBS." And I suggest you keep using this day by day until both Benny and the audience are over on CBS together. We can't be certain of what NBC will try to do to keep their audience, but you can be quite sure NBC will make a desperate fight to do so, not only in working out the strongest lineup of programs they can beg, borrow, or invent, but also in heavy defensive promotion by NBC's own affiliates, in other words, by your direct competition. That is why we all have to hit this one really hard. We've got NBC on the run now, and we want to keep them that way. We've got to break a 17-year-old station listening habit, and I know no one in radio better prepared or better equipped to do that than yourselves. Thank you all for your attention, and my very warmest wishes to you for a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
In the time remaining, we'd like to give you a preview of the recorded promotion spots featuring Jack Benny and his cast, which have been sent to you from Hollywood.
Hello, Jack Benny speaking.
Hello, boss. This is Rochester. Is it true that your program is moved to CBS?
That's right.
On Sunday night?
Yep, Sunday night.
Same time?
Yeah, same time.
And you got a new deal?
Yes, I've got a new deal.
Boss, how about a raise?
Absolutely not, and that's final.
Doggone new station, new network, new deal. But the same old boss.
All right, boys, are you ready? Fine, let's go.
Sunday night, if you're blue and you don't know what to do, CBS will fill the void. There Jack Benny can be hoid.
Boy, the lyrics are fine, Sportsman, but I wish there was some way to improve the music. Oh, well, let it go.
Ronnie. Oh, Ronnie.
What is it, Benita?
Have you noticed the commotion next door? Jack Benny's moving.
Moving? That's wonderful. Let's celebrate.
No. He's not moving out of his house. His program is moving to CBS every Sunday night.
Benita, never do that to me again.
This concludes our special closed-circuit broadcast.
This is CBS, where you will hear Jack Benny starting January 2nd, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
See what I mean?
Rinso White, that's what I mean. Rinso gets clothes, Rinso White.
Say, Andy, where has you been for the last couple of days?
Oh, Amos, I tell you, the Kingfish and me has been up to our ears in work. We have just incorporated our new business.
Our new business?
That's right, son. Today is the grand opening of our employment agency. Oh, I'm telling you.
The makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guests for tonight, Jack Benny and Rochester. If you're ever in Montclair, New Jersey, and you hear a policeman's whistle that goes like this, it'll most likely belong to Officer William Howell. You've probably seen his picture in a Rinso ad. You see, Mrs. Howell whistles while she washes with Rinso, and Officer Howell has gotten used to hearing the Rinso whistle around the house. As he puts it...
Well, you'll have to ask a missus if you want all the dope. All I know about Rinso is that it sure gets my shirts white.
Sure, that's because Rinso gets out more dirt. Try it yourself, ladies. And now, here are Amos and Andy and their guests, Jack Benny and Rochester. The best way to avoid having to take a job is to make sure that someone else gets it. And evidently, Andrew H. Brown and George Kingfish Stevens subscribe to this theory, because they have recently opened an employment agency. As we find them now, they're talking over the prospects of their latest enterprise.
Well, then, there you is. The papers is all drawn up for a new corporation. Now, the only thing left is to find a name for a business. And I think I already got that. Stevens and Company Employment Agency.
Now, hold on a minute, Kingfish, hold on. What is that Stevens and Company? I thought we were supposed to be 50-50 partners in this.
Yeah, well, I tell you, Andy, since the employment agency business was your idea, I figures to make you the most important partner. That's why I make you the company.
Company, huh? Did that make me the most important?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, but wait a minute, though. If I is only called company, how is people going to know which company I is? Mm-hmm. For example, how will they know I ain't the company at the end of Sears Roebuck Ann?
Well, Andy, they can't miss. After all, ain't you a big white-collar executive who... Say, wait a minute. Ain't that Amos in his taxi cab driving up and just stopped in front there?
Yeah, that's Amos, all right. Yeah, and here he come with some fancy-dressed fella I never did see before. Hello there, Amos. Hello.
Well, hiya there, fellas. Glad I found you. And I want to introduce you to a fella who just come to town. Brother Stevens and Brother Brown shake hands with Mr. Rochester. Glad to know you, gentlemen. Glad to know you. Fellas, I was just driving Mr. Rochester down to his boss's hotel, and I dropped by in here because he thinks maybe he'd like to join the lodge. Mm-hmm. Oh, wants to join the lodge, huh? Yeah, well, Mr. Rochester, this is just the right time for joining, because the initiation fees has just been reduced for one day only to $3. You has got $3, Virginia.
Well, to tell the truth, what I got happens to be just a little short of $3.
How short?
$3.
Well, you see, fellas, Rochester tells me the man he's working for is a little stingy.
Oh, little stingy? Why, my boss is the only man I know who laundries his pipe cleaners.
If you ain't happy with your boss, you were certainly looking at the right men to get you a better paying job. What kind of work do you do?
I'm called a valet. I do the laundry, the cleaning, the cooking. I mow the lawn, wash the dishes, drive the car, shine the shoes, press the clothes, and other various miscellaneous sundries.
You do all that and they still call you a valet?
Yeah, any resemblance between my title and the work I got to do is purely coincidental and backbreaking. And all that work for $10 a week, if he picks up my next option.
Well, now, tell you what, you fill out this application blank here. Now, suppose we could get you a job with less work and more pay. Would you be interested?
There's no question about that, Brother Stevens. I'm so tired of having a job where the pay rattles that if you can get me one where the pay rustles, I'm your man.
I tell you, Rochester, I just won't stand for it anymore. Showing up 5 hours late. Always going to Harlem to shoot dice wearing my clothes. By the time I get them back, I'm standing up straight, but my pants are kneeling. Is that the way to act? Well, answer me. Well, go on. Oh, you can't. No wonder you have no answer. But I've got one. I'm firing you. And don't think I wouldn't just because you've been with me 8 years. That doesn't mean a... All right. Those tears aren't going to help you. This time you've gone too far. You're fired, I tell you. Fired. Good thing Rochester isn't here. He might have quit. But wait a minute. Why do I put up with Rochester? Why don't I really fire him? I'll do it. I'm going out and find an employment agency right now.
Well, here we is, Rochester. Thank you, Amos, for driving me all the way downtown to my boss's hotel. I say, Rochester, the doorman's coming over here. He must be looking for you. Yeah. You looking for me, doorman?
Yes, and your boss is looking for you. He's been looking for you for the last 5 hours.
Uh-oh. Where's my boss now?
I just saw him in the lobby.
Oh, that's all right, then. I'll go in through the side door and pick up his suit I left to be pressed. Say, Rochester, I thought you said that you pressed all of your boss's suits yourself. I do when he wears them, but when I wear them, I want them done right. Well, goodbye, Amos. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, so long, Rochester.
Hey, buddy, you don't have to pull out. You can pick up a fare right here at the hotel taxi stand.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Doman. Thanks very much. Thank you, sir.
Oh, taxi. Taxi
right here, sir. Where to, sir?
Say, do you happen to know of a good employment agency up in Harlem?
Yeah, sir. A couple of friends of mine runs one.
Hey, that's great. How much will you charge to drive me just a few little blocks like that?
Well, it ain't exactly a few little blocks from 48th Street up to 135th Street, mister. But the charges is just what it say on the meter there.
Oh, well, all right. But isn't it the same price for one passenger as it is for a cab full?
Oh, yes, sir. 1 of 5 make no difference in the rate, no, sir.
Well, in that case, listen, driver.
Yeah.
Or the best you can, yeah.
Yeah, sir. Anybody need a cab going to Harlem? Anybody going to 110th Street? This cab goes right by 96th Street, 72nd Street.
59th Street? Too bad it isn't raining.
Tells you, Henry, this employment agency is going to be the best venture we done ever ventured into.
Yeah, we ought to do big things with this new client, Rochester.
Oh, yeah, there's no question about that. Say, wait a minute. Look like somebody coming in here, Henry.
Excuse me, is this Stevens and Company?
Yeah, sir. Come right in. You was talking to Stevens.
And Company. Put our card in your pocket, mister.
Yes, I suppose you was in the market to engage some help.
Well, yes, I'm looking for a valet.
A valet? Why, if there's one thing this office has got, mister, it's a valet.
Yeah, that's the one thing, all right.
Well, that's very nice. How much does this man get?
Well, the man we has got in mind gets $12.50.
12.5? Isn't that a little over ceiling?
Of course, you understand that is the full valeting price. That even includes buttoning up your vest for you.
Well, you see, fellas, I'm very warm-blooded. I never wear a vest.
Yeah, I don't, huh?
Never wear a vest. Well, that cuts down the work, all right. Guess it ought to cut down the price, too, huh, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, with only the coat and pants, we can cut the price to 12 flat.
Well, to tell the truth, boys, I'm more than just warm-blooded. In fact, I'm inclined to be just a teensy bit hot-blooded. So half the year, I don't even wear a coat.
Well, with only the pants stuff on, I guess we can settle for $11.50.
Yeah, there's one good thing, Kingfish. He can't get any more hot-blooded than the coat and vest.
I guess he got to stop there all right.
Then it's settled. When can this man of yours start?
Yeah, well, we ain't exactly sure, but if you just write your name and phone number down on this application card here, why, we'll get in touch with you.
Yeah. There you are. And I'll be expecting to hear from you.
Yes, sir, mister. Yes, sir. We was getting right on the ball.
Well, so long, boys. Don't let me down.
Oh, no, sir. Say, Andy, where's that card Rochester filled out? We has got to phone him and tell him that we got him a brand new job with a boss that's just the opposite of the chiseler that he been working for.
Well, I wonder what will happen when Andy and the Kingfish discover that they have sold Jack Benny his own valet, Rochester. We'll find out in a moment. But right now, since we've heard what Officer Howell, our friend from the Rinso ad, had to say on the subject of Rinso white shirts, I think we ought to hear the other half of the story, Mrs. Howell's version. She writes,
My husband can stop traffic with his whistle, but the wash I hang on my line stops traffic, too, because it's Rinso white. And it isn't only that Rinso gets my clothes so white, it's that it saves me so much time. With 3 children to look after and a house to take care of, using Rinso is like having a helper at every turn. And Rinso is so easy on my clothes. Those suds get my clothes clean as can be, but they're so easy on fabrics and safe for my washable colors. You bet I wouldn't use anything else.
Now, I guess you're not surprised that Mrs. Howell's favorite song goes like this.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, birdies sing it all day long. Your clothes are so white and color so bright, you sing as you work along. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
And now back to Amos and Andy and their guests, Jack Benny and Rochester. Well, Andy and the Kingfish have certainly messed things up through their new employment agency. They've gotten Rochester to resign his job as Jack Benny's valet to take a brand new job as Jack Benny's valet. Of course, the boys don't realize the situation they've created, and we find them now elated over their great success.
Oh, I'm telling you, Andy, this employment agency is great. The very first day we open, we get a high-priced valet a brand new job.
Yeah, at the rate we're going to need another filing cabinet for all the names of our new clients.
Yeah. Say, by the way, son, don't you think we ought to see if the filing system that we got is functioning?
Functioning? How are we going to do that, Kingfish?
Yeah, well, you is in charge of the employees.
Yeah.
And I takes care of the employers.
That's right.
So you take that employee's card that Rochester filled out, and I'll take that card we got from the man who's given him the job. Mm-hmm. And we'll see how the information fits together.
Oh, yeah. Well, say here that he worked for Mr. Benny.
Then I looks at the card I got and finds out the name of the man he is going to work for from now on.
Well, what do it say on that card, Kingfish?
It say that, look like we must have got these cards mixed up here. Must have got the employee card in the employer file there. Here, let's switch cards.
Okay.
You give me your card, and you take the one I got.
Yeah, that ought to fix it. Now, what do I look for?
Well, now, let's get a brand new attack on this whole problem here. Now, this time, you tells me the name of Rochester's new boss. You tell me that.
Yeah, well, from what it say on this card, Rochester's new boss is a man by the name of Benny. On the card you got, Kingfish, who is the last man that he worked for?
According to this card, the name of the man is, Let's switch cards again.
What's the matter now? What's the matter?
Well, I ain't sure, but it must be the duplicate filing system we got here. Now, there's only one thing to do. Now, let's turn the cards down on the desk here. Turn them down, face down.
Okay.
Now, clear your mind a minute now. Yeah. And let's start over.
Okay, I was ready here, Kingfish. But somehow I got a feeling about this.
So was I. A sneaking feeling. Benny ain't just no ordinary name, neither, you know.
No, I knows I done seen it somewhere before.
In 2 places, that's the trouble. Oh, well, there ain't no use postponing this, Andy. Now, look here. Just turn up one little piece of the corner of the card and look again. Now, take it easy and sneak up on it.
I sneak him. Kingfish.
Yeah.
I see it again.
Brother Ender, I was kind of hasty to admit this, but I was afraid that without realizing it, we has just committed industrial bigamy.
Yeah, and since they made that a legal offense, we better get right over and see our lawyer, Gabby Gibson.
And now that we done told you the facts, Gabby, what we wants to know is we really in trouble or is we just in trouble?
Boy, you're in a mess. You're really in a mess. What you done is manslaughter. Yes, indeed, it's manslaughter.
Manslaughter? Oh, me. How you figure that, Gabby?
Well, you messed up the job of this man. When he find out he's going to slaughter you, that's manslaughter if I ever had it.
Look, Gabby, you as attorney at law, now, can't you kind of peek around the corners of the law and see if you can't discover a couple of loopholes?
No, sir, don't think I can. Really don't think I can. No, sir.
Not even a little one that I could crawl through alone?
Now, wait a minute. Never mind the Kingfish. Find a size 42 loophole so I can squeeze through, too.
There's only one way out of this, You got to convince Mr. Bennett this man he hired is essential and is frozen in his old job and therefore is not available. Now, wait a minute there now. What does this essential mean? What's this Rochester do? What's his job?
He's a valet.
A valet, huh? Sorry, boys, sorry. Valet ain't essential. It ain't essential, though, indeed.
Now, hold on there, Gabby. Do you know what a valet do?
Of course I do. Valet dresses people, put your clothes on.
Yeah, and that ain't essential?
Yeah, you just try going out in the street without your clothes on, you'll find out.
Well, boys, I see what you mean. I really see what you mean. But I doubt if the law covers that. I doubt it covers that.
Yeah, well, exactly what do the law cover? Because if you can tell us about it, I got an idea that we can use it to sort of convince Mr. Benny.
Now, I understand what you say, boys, but how is it the man was available this morning and he's frozen this afternoon? Answer me that.
Yeah, well, you see, Miss Benny, well, you know about Congress, don't you?
Congress?
Yeah, you know, they is down in Washington.
Oh. Then they haven't moved.
Moved? Kingfish, was they supposed to move?
Oh, no. They was lucky enough to get a lease renewed on their old place. Yeah.
Now, listen, boys, this is all very interesting, but what has Congress got to do with my new valet not being available?
Well, Miss Benny, you know Congress. A couple of years ago, they made up a board down there to take care of jobs. It's called the NAOB.
Oh, the NAOB?
No.
I don't think I've ever heard of that particular board.
Oh, yeah, no, well, don't make no difference, because just this morning the NAOB decided to smack the public with a new ruling.
Yeah, that's right. We got it right here. We done copied it out of the book.
That's pretty fast. The ruling is made in Washington this morning, and you copied out of a book here in New York this afternoon. How come?
Priorities.
And is there any way I can arrange to read this ruling?
Oh, yes, sir. Here you is, Miss Benny. Got it copied here, identical, verbatim, word for word, and besides that, we didn't change a thing. Yeah.
Let me see here. A guaranteed copy of ruling number 0001. Quote,
Whereas and wherewithal, we is sitting on this bureau with not much to do, we is unanimously decided to inaugurate a new ruling on balloting.
Now comes the ruling part.
Naturally. Paragiraffe 1. This law we is resolving is meant for all employers looking to employ, hire, or engage valets, especially and to wit, employers whose last name just happen to begin with the letter B. Small world.
Well, that's only because they does everything in Washington alphabetical, Mr. B.
Well, I'm glad it's at least impersonal, not just aimed at me.
Sure. Well, go ahead. Finish reading the thing.
Yes, I'd love to. Last and final paragiraffe. Any person who thinks this law is unconstitutional and wants to check up with the government, this person, hereafter referred to as the stool pigeon, has got to ask permission through this bureau, and the answer is no.
Yeah, them boys down there sure know how to plug up the loopholes already.
Yeah, I'm glad there's not much more here. Witness my hand and seal, signed... Hey, wait a minute. Whose signature is that at the bottom of this legal booby trap?
Oh, him. Why, he is the most important man in Washington. He signed all them big things. John Hancock.
Look, boys, forgetting everything else, what this boils down to is you can't produce the ballot you promised me, and I've already fired my old one. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, don't worry about that. That's part of our business. If you just tell us the name of this man that used to work for you, why, we goes out and does our best to get him back for you.
Well, all right. But if you don't have him working for me by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you two are going to be in plenty of trouble. Or my name isn't Jack B.
Go on, Kingfish. Read Rochester's last part of the ruling. That's the most important part.
Elucidate, gentlemen, elucidate.
Yeah. Well, this is what it say here, Miss Rochester, quote, and this law is meant for all valets, especially and to wit all valets whose name just happen to begin with the letter R.
Yeah, so you see, Rochester, according to this new law, we just can't put you in the new job. But we is willing to humiliate ourselves in front of your old boss and get your job back for you.
You mean to say I got to go back to work for Mr. Benny?
Well, I guess you do.
Well, Poverty, move over. Your wandering boy is home again.
Yeah, now, just put our card in your pocket here, Rochester, and as soon as this ruling thing blow over, we can get you a job that pays folding money.
It can't be too soon for me. I've been dreaming of a green Christmas.
Rochester. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss. I'm faced with a financial uncertain Christmas. A Christmas like I've always
Rochester, will you please stop that squawking? Do all those things I told you to. Because if you don't, as soon as a certain ruling is changed, I've got a card in my wallet of an employment agency that can get me a high-class ballot. Just like that.
And I'm just waiting for another ruling to take a card of an employment agency out of my pocket that will trump your card.
Brother Andy, don't sit there like you was dying.
Oh, Kingfish, we done certainly messed up this employment agency business.
Yeah, now, wait a minute there. No use getting downhearted so soon. Don't give up, Andy. Andy, you was a big executive with a white-collar job.
Yeah, you're right. I is a big executive. And I'm going to keep that in my mind all the time, too. Big executives like me never give up.
See there, Andy? Maybe that's another client. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Come in. Well, Shorty the barber.
Hi, Kingfish. Hello, Andy.
Well, Shorty, hello. How's business at the barber shop?
Oh, it ain't so good. I've been losing money. I might go into bankruptcy. I just about busted, bro. I can't complain.
Yeah, well, that's fine, Shorty. Long as business is so good with you, maybe us executives can hire you some extra help.
Yeah, well, that's what I come in for. You see, I need a shoe shine boy.
Oh, yeah, well, here, I'll get an application blank right here. Now, Shorty, how much do you pay the shoe shine boy?
Oh, it's the best paying job in the world. He can save a lot of. He'll get rich quick. Well, he can make more than not enough to live on.
No, yeah, I see.
Yeah, but on top of the $10 I pay, the shoe shine boy, he might make another $10 in tips.
$10 in tips, huh?
Mm.
Shorty, I is glad that you come to big white-collar executives like us. We has got just demand for you.
We is?
Yeah. So long, Kingfish. I'm taking that job myself.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me say that I'd be the last guy in the world to exaggerate. For instance, I wouldn't dream of telling you that when you use Rinso on your dishpan, your dishes march off the supper table, wash themselves, rinse themselves, and stack themselves neatly in the cupboard. But Soapy Rich Rinso will make dishwashing a lot easier than it is with bar soaps. You don't waste time trying to get suds. No, sir. Those Rich Rinso suds soap grease and crusted food particles loose in a jiffy. A swish of your dish mop, and everything is shiny bright and clean as a whistle. And Rinso's easy on your hands, doesn't get them rough and red. So tomorrow, get Rinso for dishes, for all the soap and water jobs around the house, and for a Monday wash that's Rinso White. And now, let's hear what Amos and Andy are talking about.
In other words, Andy, Rochester's going back to work for Mr. Benny, huh?
Yeah, too bad, too. I sure feel sorry for him.
Yeah, that must be a tough job, all right, working for Mr. Benny.
Rochester claims it's the only private home in America that's got a swing shift.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Jack Benny and Rochester for being with us tonight. They have appeared through the courtesy of the American Tobacco Company, makers of Lucky Strike cigarettes. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to you for all of us.
Why is Lifebuoy America's favorite bath soap? I'll tell you two big reasons. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gives all-over protection from BO. Yes, from head to toe, it stops BO. And Lifebuoy gives protection that lasts and lasts. So play safe. Make sure Lifebuoy's in your soap dish. It's the only soap especially made to stop
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing the title tune from the new Edgar Bergen motion picture, Fun and Fancy Free.
I'm full of fun and fancy free. That's the way I want to be. I don't let my troubles trouble me. I'm fancy free and full of fun. Got no time to worry none. I'm too busy singing in the sun. If you should have a chronic ache, pills won't make you strong. The only tonic you should take is a teaspoonful of salt. So if you really like to be happy-lucky just like me, drown your frowns, my friend, and you will see that you'll be full of fun and fancy free. If I should see a gloomy gust, I'd never hang around. You'd see me raising quite a dust, 'cause I'd be elsewhere bound. So if you really like to be happy-lucky just like me, drown your frown, my friend, and you will see that you'll be full of fun and fancy free.
Famous beauty authority Kay Duman now sends you the winning secret of true hair loveliness. Your hair can be your most captivating charm with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Yes, whether your hair is honey blonde or raven black, sunny brown or fiery red, it's your natural hair appeal that men love. And more women of all ages are discovering that Luster Cream Shampoo brings out the fullest natural glory of their hair. Not a soap, not a liquid, Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up luxurious lather like magic in hard or soft water, sweeps dullness away, and in its place leaves hair heavenly soft, shining, obedient. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Duman blended lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this almost magic new cream that offers your hair a stunning new sheen and finish. Try that economical $1 jar of Luster Cream Shampoo, now at all cosmetic counters. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Thrill to all those admiring looks coming your way when you begin using Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, as you know, when our young hero Dennis Day met the girl of his dreams, Mildred Anderson, over a year ago, his immediate problem was to get on the good side of her mother. Unfortunately, he's made very little progress with that problem. In fact, he hasn't even found out yet whether she's got one to get on. So this morning, he decided to seek some advice from one who's unquestionably a qualified expert on the matter, the cuter half of the Anderson family.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, my son?
I've been wanting to have a talk with you for some time, sir. It's about Mrs. Anderson.
My little lump of love?
Yes, sir, but with me, she isn't that kind of lump at all. In fact, she hates me.
Oh, now, Dennis, I'm sure you're mistaken. It's probably just that you do something now and then that annoys her.
Yes, sir. I breathe.
Well, don't you stop, my boy, even for her.
But I gotta do something, Mr. Anderson. I can't go through life always scared to death of her.
Well, why should you, my boy? Now, I've known Poopsie for years, and I assure you she wouldn't harm a fly.
Maybe not, but boy, the way she treats human beings.
Now, Dennis, you mustn't feel that way about my wife. She has a hard exterior, yes, but way down deep inside her is a sweet, kindly, lovely soul.
Mr. Anderson, I have no time for dredging. I need help now.
Yes, I see your problem. Mrs. Anderson didn't have much respect for me either, right up to the day that I asked her to become my wife. But then, she looked at me in a different light.
Yes, sir, but I don't think a step like that would be practical for me.
Well, to tell the truth, I really didn't have it in mind for you. But, now what we need is some little, hey, wait a minute. I think I have it.
Are you sure I want it?
Yes, I think you do. Remember a few weeks back, my wife's club put on a drive to help juvenile delinquency?
Yes, sir.
Well, they have a new project now. They want the city of Weaverville to build a new jail.
Gee, they must have helped juvenile delinquency no end.
Well, no. As far as I know, the two projects are unrelated. Except that because of her work on the other one, they made Mrs. Anderson the chairman of this one.
Oh, I see. And you think if I could help her in some way...
Exactly. Now, if she can get the city to erect a new jail, despite the objections of the mayor and the chief of police, I have a hunch the club presidency is in her lap. So you see, if...
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Good morning, Blossom Face.
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, I just heard all about your problem with the new jail, and you know what? I'm going to help you.
Dennis, don't say things like that, even if you're joking.
But, Mrs. Anderson, I want to help. Don't you want to hear my ideas?
Why should I?
I might have a good one. You can't listen to your common sense all the time.
Dennis, I'm warning you. Stay out of this. We're taking a public opinion poll on a new jail, and that's all that should be necessary to convince the mayor and the chief of police.
But I know the chief of police personally, and I could have a talk with him and present your side of the case.
Certainly not. Let's at least keep our old jail. If you get mixed up in this in any way, young man...
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, good morning, Mildred.
Good morning, Mildred. Just remember what I said, Dennis. Come along, Herbert. Get your Hoover. This is your thorough cleaning day.
Yes.
My goodness, Dennis, what's the matter?
Oh, I just offered to help your mother with the new jail, and as usual, I made quite a bit of back way.
Oh, gee, they really should have a new jail. Prisoners escape from this old rat trap in droves. It'd be wonderful if you could do something. Say, wait a minute.
An idea, huh?
Oh, a beauty. Look, I'm the secretary of the committee headed by Mrs. Phillips to take a public opinion poll on the new jail.
Yeah?
Well, suppose I list houses to call on where we're sure no one's home.
This is a beauty?
Well, sure. Because there will be someone there. You.
Me?
Of course. At each place, you open the door just wide enough for Mrs. Phillips to hear you but not see you. Then in a different voice each time, you vote yes on the poll. Wonderful?
Wonderful. That's trespassing, illegal entry, housebreaking.
Not if we don't get caught. We'll pick places that are unoccupied or up for sale. Come on, let's go.
You know what, Mildred? If you passed your ideas around to everyone in town instead of just me, they'd have to build a new jail.
See how easy it was? This house was open for inspection, so we have a perfect right to be here.
Gee, never in my wildest dreams did I expect to become all the answers on a public opinion poll. I wish I... Oh, my gosh, look, here's Mrs. Phillips coming up the walk.
All right, now, don't get excited. Just remember which way to vote and disguise your voice. Be Italian or something.
Gee, I don't know much about Italian, but I'll try.
How do you do? I'm conducting a public opinion poll.
That's a fine. I'm a vote the wee-wee.
I don't quite understand.
What's I mean, my shoe? I'm in favor of the new jail.
Why, how did you know that I was going to ask you that?
Well, that is the question on everyone's lips, you know?
Yes?
Well, you happen to pass by just when I get a bite to mine. Good night, please.
Dennis, you've just got to be more careful after this.
Yeah.
Come on, her next stop is 349 Elm.
How do you do?
Howdy, Bub.
Bob!
Sorry, Bub S. something on your mind, lady?
Why, yes, I have.
Well, as the bald-headed rose said to the stripteaser, let's get it off.
In your opinion, does the city of Weaverville need a new jail?
Why, sure, ma'am. As the clerk in the girdle department said to the fat lady, there ain't no getting around that.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, much better, Dennis. All right, let's go.
How do you do? You're the owner of this house, Professor Nikolai Rudensky?
Da.
Well, I'd like to ask you a question, Professor.
Da?
Yes. Will you answer it?
Da.
Does Weaverville need a new jail?
Da.
Oh, thank you, sir. And goodbye.
Da.
Okay, lassie, I got my opinions, but they're no for free. Now, if you'll give me a halfpenny for my thoughts.
Ah, thank you, ma'am. I vote aye.
Hey, Ben, hold this fence and domestic.
Well, Hulda, do you think Weaverville should have a new jail?
Oh, yeah, sure, you betcha. Oh, sure, me all the same a flavor on new jail for Weaverville, you betcha.
Well, thank you very much. And may I have your name, please?
Me all the same hip long on fasting dang ding dong bong from Hong Kong.
Could you repeat that?
Oh, no, very sorry. Just made it first time.
How do you do?
Well, Faith, now on the top of the morning to you, Colleen, darling. And what is it I can be after doing for you this fine morning in the store of Hushla McCree?
Why, Dr. Goldberg. That's what your sign says outside the door, Dr. Goldberg.
Oh.
Tell me, Dr. Goldberg, do you think the city of Weaverville needs a new jail?
You're asking me and I'm telling you. What
Well, so far so good, Dennis. And this is the last place.
Yeah, but I'm running out of voices. I can't think of anybody else to be.
Dennis, just use your imagination. You've got to think of one. Oh, my gosh, here she comes. I'll run out and try to stall her while you think of something.
Okay.
You, Mrs. Phillips?
Oh, Mildred.
Yes, I knew you'd be passing by here, so I thought I'd meet you. How's the poll going?
Oh, my dear, it's a landslide for us. But you know, the strangest thing, I never see anyone. No, they just open the door a crack and put their foot in it.
Oh, really?
Yes. And oddest of all, they're all wearing the same clothes. Light brown slacks and sneakers. Even Hulda Swenson, domestic.
Oh, you don't say.
Mm-hmm. I do believe it's a trend, my dear. I must wire Adrian immediately. Well, I wonder who I find in this last house. They've all been so unusual today. Good day. I beg your pardon, but could you open the door just a bit wider?
No, I can't, because I'm only 3.5 years old, so there, too, sir.
3.5 years old?
Yeah, 2.
Well, then how do you explain the fact that you're wearing light brown slacks and sneakers?
Second childhood?
I don't think so. Perhaps I'd better push open the door and find out for myself.
No, wait.
Dennis Day! So, it was you all the time.
Well, Mrs. Phillips,
You've ruined my poll, that's what you've done. My report is worthless. I'll have to tear it up.
Well, Mrs. Phillips,
Think of you being in every single one of those houses. How could you do a thing like that?
We used Mr. Anderson's car.
What if the idea did blow up in our faces? You're not going to quit, are you?
Yep.
Dennis Day, are you the kind of a man who takes a beating lying down?
Nope, I get up and run.
Well, you're not giving up. I have another idea.
Oh, no, Mildred.
Yes. This Mayor Brown who's fighting the new jail is a very impressionable man. Now, if an important senator from Washington in a big hat and a handlebar mustache told the mayor we needed a new jail, he'd...
Mildred, no, not a senator. I won't do it. I won't.
Dennis?
No, this I positively and definitely will not do, and that's final.
Dennis Day?
Very well, Poopsie.
Come in. Mayor Brown, my name is Gregory. I'm a big senator from Washington, D.C., that is.
Senator, why, this is a pleasure. Sit down, sir.
Thank you, old master. Mayor, we hear reports in Washington that you'd make a mighty good congressman.
Congressman? Oh, Senator, not really.
Yep. Now, how do you stand on price control, Mayor? Labor, foreign relations, housing, the tariff?
Well, gosh, I don't believe I ever gave any of them a thought.
By George, you might even make the Senate.
Gosh, Senator, honest?
You bet, son. Only there's something standing in the way of your career. We hear you got a bad jail.
A bad jail?
Mighty bad, son. We hear it's so bad that you got to lock people in it.
But they're prisoners, Senator.
They vote, don't they?
Well, yes.
I love every one of them.
But what can I do, Senator?
Build a new jail, son, and fast. I've got big plans for you, but you've got to cooperate. Now, the first thing that we do...
Oh, here's our chief of police. Chief, I want you to meet someone.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Chief.
Now, as I was saying, Mayor...
Wait a minute. You know this man, Chief, and he's not a senator?
A senator? Dennis Day? That kills me.
I don't think it's going to do me much good either.
Oh, impersonating a senator, eh? Day, do you know I could have you jailed for this?
But I did it for a good cause, Your Honor. That jail you've got is an old rat trap. Why, anybody could break out of it.
Anybody, huh?
Why, sure, they... Chief, why are you looking at me like that?
You said anybody could get out, didn't you?
Are you... Is somebody going to get a chance?
We're going to hold you on a technical charge of impersonating a senator, wise guy. And if you can get out of our jail, we'll agree to build a new one.
Me? You're going to put me in jail?
Why, you'll be out in an hour. You said yourself was an old rat trap.
Yeah, but suppose I was wrong. You'd leave a boy of my type in jail with those hardened criminals?
That's their tough luck. They should have thought of that before they committed their crime. Come on, you.
Hey, Frankie. How you coming with that hole?
Okay. Ought to hit daylight any minute now.
Atta boy, keep digging. We got to get out of this. Wait a minute.
Eh?
Quick. Cover up the hole. Here comes the chief with a guy.
Okay.
Okay, kid. Right in here with these two boys. Well, I'll see you, chum.
Hiya, kiddo.
Hello, bunkies.
What's the moniker, kid?
The what?
The name. I'm Harry the Hook.
Yeah, I'm Frankie the Fink.
Oh, I'm Dennis the Day.
What kind of a name is that? What kind of a name is that for a crook?
Well, you see, I'm not really a full-fledged criminal. I'm just sort of an elderly juvenile delinquent.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they just put me in here to see if I could find a way to get out. Say, you boys don't happen to know anyway, do you?
Oh, so that's it. You're a stoolie, huh?
Huh?
All right. Talk, kid. How much do you know?
Beg pardon?
Oh, don't give me that. Spill it. How much do you know?
Well, I went through junior high.
That's not what I mean. Do you see this fist, buddy?
Yes, sir. It's very nicely formed.
How'd you like it in your face?
I wouldn't.
Then talk. Come on, say something.
Yes, sir. Under the spreading chestnut tree. Yes, sir.
Let me at him, Frankie. There's nothing I like better than taking care of a stoolie.
Lay off, Harry. The guy's no stoolie.
Tell he is. Let me at him.
You're crazy, Harry. He's too dumb to be a stoolie.
Oh, yeah?
Listen to your friend, Harry.
A wise guy, huh? I'll show you how we handle stoolies around here.
What's it? You push her right into the...
Hey! Gee, look, a big hole in the floor. Imagine that.
Yeah, imagine.
Say, we better tell the chief, huh? A prowler could sneak in here that way.
You hear that, Frankie? He wants to tell the chief. And you said he wasn't a stoolie, you dumb ox.
Yeah, well, who pushed him into the hole in the first place, you lunkhead?
Who are you calling a lunkhead?
Who are you calling a dumb ox?
You.
Oh, yeah?
So you want to play, huh?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, fellas, donkeys, please. Hey, you're liable to hurt someone over there, not be yourself. Harry, wait a minute. Oh, he's not working. Frankie, don't hit him with that phone. Gee, I guess I just bring out the beast in people.
Hey, what's going on here? Oh, holy smoke. Frankie and the hook, both out cold.
It's my fault, Chief. You see,
Your fault? Why, you little tiger.
Huh?
What's this? A hole in the floor.
Yes, sir. That's what started it. You see,
Yes, are you all right?
Mildred and Mrs. Anderson, what are you doing here?
The mayor phoned us. We came down to get you out.
What is this? What's going on here?
This kid just cooled off both these thugs.
What? Dennis? How did it happen?
Well, the way I figure it, the kid dug that tunnel to make the break he said he was going to make. And those two thugs demanded to be taken along. They got tougher about it, so Day here, well... Let's have the rest of it from you, Day.
Oh, no, go right ahead. You're doing fine.
Good heavens, look at the size of the hole he dug.
And in less than 5 minutes. How did you do it, Day, with no cool tools of any kind?
Oh, it wasn't very hard rock. I just used my teeth.
Good gosh. Well, this boy has taught me a lesson. The town does need a new jail, and I'm going to see that it gets one.
Oh, Dennis, sugar baby, you doll, you.
Gee, I lead the most unpredictable life.
Oh, Dennis, I'm so proud of you. I could just kiss you.
I'm going to kiss him. I think he's just the most Dennis Day, come up out of that hole.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And just how important that is, our Colgate players are going to demonstrate. Let's look in on a young couple with a love seat, but no love. Listen.
Gosh, Judy, you sure are scrappy lately. I've been spending more time in the doghouse than Fido.
Oh, Jim, I don't like these cat and dog fights any better than you do.
Well, then tell me what the trouble is, Judy.
Jim, your dentist can handle that subject better than I can. So ask him, won't you?
And here's what Jim found out. Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
With Charles Dant in the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the beautiful old favorite, the Whiffenproof Song.
nincompoofs assembled with their glasses raised on high, and the magic of their singing cast its spell. Yes, the magic of their singing, of the songs we love so well, shall I wasting and Mavurnin and the rest. We will serenade on we while life and voice shall last. Then we'll pass and be forgotten with the rest. We're poor little lambs who have lost our way. We're little black sheep who have gone astray. Gentlemen, come serve on a tree, soon from here to eternity. Lord, have mercy on such as we. Gentlemen, come with on a tree, soon from here to eternity. Lord, have mercy on such as
Night, everybody.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
We love that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy, the College of Ivy and the town of Ivy, USA. Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy College, has all the troubles common to college presidents. They consist mostly of fiscal matters, financial affairs, and money. As he's often been heard to say, a man in his position must be 1 part babysitter, 1 part mediator, and 98 parts panhandler. But Dr. Hall has at least one advantage over his scholastic opposite number. He has a wife named Victoria, formerly a glittering ornament of the English Musical Comedy Theater. And now, the epitome of what a tired man should come home
to. Ah, what a lovely room this is. Not an old grad in sight. Vicky, are you here?
Yes, dear. Oh, you look tired, Toddy. Had a rough day?
Oh, not too awfully bad. I have pledges of $151,000 toward the new gymnasium.
Well, that's wonderful. $150,000 seems like a great deal of money.
Yes, it does. Until you remember that these are pledges, not cash.
I suppose there is a difference.
There is indeed. The same difference that exists between the sudden slight illness of a wealthy uncle and the reading of the will. Is Penny ready with the tea?
Right here, sir, and some of your favourite biscuits, too.
Thank you, Penny.
Penny?
Yes, Mum?
How many times must I tell you cookies, not biscuits? We are now in the United States of America, and we speak Mr. Truman's English, not the King's.
Yes, Mum. I'll keep trying, Mum. Lifts is elevators, trams is streetcars, lorries is trucks, and a doke is a prize fighter's fist. Cookies, she says.
Oh, stop grizzling, Penny. Here you are, William.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought Penny over here with you, Victoria. The way she makes tea should cement British-American relations for years to come.
Yes.
Yes, and the way she makes coffee would dissolve the cement overnight. Has anything happened today?
Well, let me think. There was a young man named Gray who wanted to see you. He came 3-4 times. He seemed rather emotionally upset.
Emotional upsets are not infrequent among college-age young men, Vicky. They are psychic growing pains.
Ah, that's probably Mr. Gray. You'd better take care of his growing pains and call me when he's cured. I'll be in the kitchen. Tonight I'm making the coffee myself.
A gentleman to see you, Dr. Hall, Mr. Mellot.
Mr. Mellot? Mellot? Well, he couldn't be the... Ask him in, Penny.
Right in here, sir.
Hello?
How do you do? Penny, please take the things away, will you? Unless I can offer you a cup, sir.
No, thank you. Dr. Hall, I'm Mike Mellot.
Yes, I've seen your picture in the paper. What did you wish to see me about?
Well, Dr. Grapevine says you're out after some dough for a new gym. Is that right?
The grapes on your vine are a little overripe, Mr. Mellot. It's rather common knowledge. What about it?
I want to give you some.
May I ask you a question, Mr. Mellot?
Sure. But I warn you, Doc, I've been questioned by experts under brighter lights than you got in here. Go ahead.
What business are you in?
Well, that's a fair question. I got a string of dry cleaning joints. That's on top. On the bottom, I make book.
Bookmaking is not a legal operation, Mr. Mellot.
Legal or illegal, Doc, depends on locations. Horse booking is against the law in this country. In England, it's legal.
Well, then I suggest you make your donation to Oxford. That's in England.
I ain't got a kid in Oxford.
You have a kid attending Ivy College?
Yeah, son.
I didn't know that.
Well, not many people do, Doc, and I want to keep it off the record. He's a good boy. I want to see him get the breaks that I didn't get when I was a kid. In a cold water flat, laying on a cheap mattress with a piece of billiard cue, waiting for the next rat to come out of the plaster.
Mr. Mellot, I fully sympathize with your intention of giving your son the advantages you lacked.
I'm not asking for sympathy, Doc. I'm asking for a square deal for the kid, that's all.
Ivy College does not sell square deals, Mr. Mellot. We have here the sons and daughters of rich men, poor men, beggar men, thieves, doctors, lawyers, and merchants of almost everything. I doubt if anyone here expects more of a square deal than he is entitled to through hard work, decency, And a certain civilizing contact with his fellows.
How do they get this contact?
I should think that would be obvious. In classes, fraternities, sports.
Yeah, but Eddie ain't getting it.
Why isn't he?
I don't know. He's got a nice personality, but no nice friends, only stooges. I want to get him into a fraternity, and don't tell me that ain't for sale.
I do tell you that.
Now, wait a minute. If this school gets, say, $250,000 toward a new gymnasium, you mean nobody can pull hard enough to get a boy into a fraternity?
Mr. Mellot, I'm afraid your somewhat violent training has distorted your social viewpoint.
Huh? Break that down.
I shall. You, Mr. Mellot, have had too much experience with special privilege. You've spent too many years purchasing crooked policemen, aldermen, judges. You've made yourself a power in the land through money, through fear. You are a totalitarian. If your son wishes to... Does he, by the way, know that you are here in his behalf?
If he knew it, he'd slug me.
Good.
What?
Well, I say good because now I'm interested in Eddie. Eddie who, by the way? I gather he is not using your name.
Oh, Gray. Eddie Gray.
Well, I'll talk to your son, Mr. Mellot, but I'm afraid I must refuse your donation to our gymnasium fund.
You mean my money ain't good enough, huh?
Oh, money has no status of its own. It's merely a medium of exchange. The only question that arises is, what would we be expected to exchange for it? In this case, special privileges to one Eddie Gray. However, I am impressed by any boy who has the integrity to poke his father in the nose for attempting to buy him into the good graces of his fellows.
You don't accept the donation, huh?
Not yours, Mr. Mellot. Well, that's my personal reaction. I may be overruled.
Uh-huh. Well, okay. Wellman thought you might take that attitude.
Wellman?
Yeah.
You mean Mr. Clarence Wellman of our governing board?
Mm-hmm. He really wants this gymnasium, you know. Well, thanks for the conversation. You don't have to go to the door with me. I won't steal anything on the way out.
The only thing I have which you might want can neither be stolen nor sold, Mr. Mellot. Good day.
I'll be seeing you.
$250,000. Hall, I'm afraid your vaunted integrity will someday get you a fine position running a filling station.
Would I be too inquisitive, Toddy, if I asked what Mr. Mellot wanted?
Oh, so you recognized him, eh, Vicky?
I recognize his voice. I've heard him in the courtroom, in newsreels. I never forget a voice. He's, arrogant, isn't he?
He has the arrogance of purchasing power. A man who has lifted himself by his own bootleg, if I may perpetrate a mild pun. Vicky.
Yes, dear.
See if you can get a student named Eddie Gray to come over and see me, will you?
Certainly. Eddie Gray? Well, that's the boy who's been trying to see you all day.
Yes, he's Mike Mellot's son.
No.
I'm anxious to talk to him. His father is a sterling character, devaluated. I want to see how far the devaluation has gone.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
There's a story behind those words, a pleasant story that may suggest something equally pleasant to you. So before we return to the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, here's a curious artist to tell us about the masterpiece he discovered aboard a steamer.
I'm a portrait painter, and other people's faces are my fortune. So it isn't surprising that studying faces has become almost second nature with me. Just last month, for instance, during my trip to Bermuda, I was in the lounge pretending to read a magazine, but actually watching a man drink beer. As the beer passed his lips, you could see his expression change from pleasant anticipation to complete satisfaction. But the more I watched, the more distracted I became. Instead of just observing the man's expression, I found myself wondering what it would be like to taste a beer that could give so much satisfaction. I took the trouble to look at the label on the bottle. The man was drinking Schlitz. I'd heard about Schlitz, of course, but I'd never tasted it. So I called the waiter and ordered the bottle. I discovered that Schlitz was more than a work of art. It was a masterpiece. Here was a beer so fine and so distinctive that the complete picture of its goodness could only be painted by tasting it. As I sat there drinking my glass of Schlitz and enjoying every drop, I happened to glance into the mirror. There was that same look of satisfaction I'd seen before. Only this time, I was wearing it. As an artist, I'd doff my beret, if I had one, to the beer that can command such a reaction. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
And now back to Ivy, where Mrs. Hall is asking a question.
Would you prefer to be left alone with the boy, William, when he gets here?
On the contrary, Vicky, I wish you'd stay. After all, one of the reasons I married you was so that I could utilize your understanding for young people. Or did you think it was just because you were beautiful, charming, and I loved you very much?
Well, I really don't think you had very much to say about it, Toddy. The minute we met, I decided to marry you. And with typical British tenacity, I followed through. Any regrets?
Oh, no. I've liked it from the first. And not only for the usual reasons, love and affection and admiration and all that, but historically, our marriage has perspective.
It has, dear?
Yes, England has always been married to America. Oh, they may bicker a bit, criticize each other's manners, argue over the paycheck, but let one of them hear a burglar in the middle of the night and they start helping each other look through the bureau drawers for the family revolver. Which, for some reason, they never keep loaded. Yes, I always think that... was that the doorbell?
Yes, it must be Mr. Gray. And you do want me to stay?
Oh, please. You can be maternal while I am in loco parentis.
Well, whatever that is, dear, I'm sure you'll do it very successfully. Mr. Gray... Yes, Penny?
A young gentleman to see Dr. Hall, Mum.
Oh, bring him right in, Penny.
Yes, sir. Just step in here, please, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mrs. Hall.
How do you do?
Hello, Doctor. I'm Edward Gray.
I'm sorry I was out when you called before, Gray. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, sir.
Well, I think we've met before, Mr. Gray. You were kind enough to carry some books out to my car at the bookshop last week.
Oh, that was all right. I was just in there killing a couple hours anyway, buying some magic stuff.
Magic stuff?
Parlor magic, Doctor. It's kind of a hobby. Oh. Look, I'll show you. Here's a deck of cards. Take one. Any one.
Very well. This one.
Okay. Now put it back in the deck. You remember the card?
Yes, it was the...
No, don't tell William. Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
Okay. Now I shuffle the deck, fire a pistol, which I just happen to have in my left hand. And if you'll look up, Doctor, I believe that's the card you selected fastened to the ceiling with a thumbtack.
Well... That's, very interesting. How did you do that?
Oh, William, please, one never asks a magician to reveal a trick.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was very well done, Gray.
Thank you, sir. I have a lot of time to practice. I don't belong to any of the organizations around here, so... Well, that's why I wanted to see you.
Why, what do you mean?
I think maybe I ought to leave Ivy.
Well, it seems a little drastic, Gray. Have you discussed this with your faculty advisor?
No, sir. My faculty advisor is Professor Bolton, and he's a droop. I mean...
Oh, don't apologize, Mr. Gray. I think he's a bit of a droop myself.
Gee, you do?
Victoria, just maternal. Exactly why are you unhappy here, Gray? You've been getting good marks.
Oh, I don't have any trouble with studies, Doctor, but the guys... I mean, the men and girls I'd like to go around with... Well, I seem to attract just the free ride kids, if you know what I mean.
May I make a suggestion, Eddie? If I may call you Eddie?
Oh, sure, Mrs. Hall.
Get rid of that big, shiny convertible. Send it home. Get a broken-down jalopy.
Jalopy is the word, my dear. Its origin is obscure, although etymologists believe there is some slight connection with the Mexican word jalop, which is a purgative tuberous... Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to be pedantic. You were saying?
Well, I was telling Mr. Gray to get rid of that big flashy car. Also, Eddie, your clothes are too good. Too obviously expensive. How do you expect to be one of the gang when you ride around looking like a Maharaja?
I think Mrs. Hall has a definite point there, Gray. A lot of Ivy students are working their way through school. How do you think you look to them in your $200 suits and your $5,000 car? Why, good heavens, I resent you myself.
Gosh, I never thought of it like that. I've always had that stuff, and I wasn't trying to throw it around.
Eddie, will you do something for me?
I don't think there's anybody in the school that wouldn't do anything for you, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, thank you. The Junior Follies is just 6 weeks away, and we need you.
Me? You need me? Oh, gee, what for?
Well, we're rather desperately in need of a good act in one.
In one what?
In one. It means in front of the curtain, while they change the scenes. And if you will do a magic act for 10 or 12 minutes, you'll be one of the most popular men in the school.
But, hey, I'm not good enough for that
well,
yet.
You have 6 weeks to brush up, Gray.
Yeah, you said yourself you don't know what to do with your spare time.
Well, Oh, but look, I'll just have to have something to say, won't I? I can't just stand up there and throw rabbits around.
Well, can you meet me in the auditorium at, say, 3 tomorrow? Have you a class then?
Oh, sure, but for this I'll cut it. How about my patter?
The word is pronounced pater, my boy, and I think he'll be very pleased when he hears
No, William, no.
What, dear, what?
He said patter, not pater. Patter means a monologue.
Oh.
All good magicians have a line of patter, Eddie, and I can write you one this very evening that can't possibly fail.
Oh, gee.
Please watch me closely, and you will notice that as I perform this feat, my hands never leave my arms. You know the sort of thing. Tomorrow, then.
Oh, it's a deal, Mrs. Hall. Thanks a lot, Doctor. This has been wonderful.
Yes, I found it rather interesting myself. Let me know how you get along, Eddie. Good day.
Bye, sir.
Bye. Bye.
Vicky, if you pull this boy out of his sensitive isolation and make him one of the crowd, it'll be a magic act of which you may well be proud.
Oh, nonsense, dear. He's really a nice boy. A lot of pride. He'll be all right. And if he makes a fraternity, then maybe you can accept his father's donation to the gymnasium.
Oh, I think not, Vicky. I don't want to seem a stuffy moralist.
I get it. Dr. Hall's residence. Who? Oh, yes, Mr. Merriweather. Yes. Of course, I'll tell him. Yes, he'll be here. No, not at all. Goodbye.
Mr. Merriweather?
Yes. He and Mr. Wellman have something they want to discuss with you. 3 guesses, dear.
This is a certainty. Mr. Merriweather and Mr. Wellman have been asked, or have volunteered, to make me change my mind by coercion, persuasion, blackmail, or blunt instrument.
And can you, offhand, think of a blunter instrument than Mr. Wellman?
Oh, dear, no. Nor a duller one.
Oh, I hope to goodness they're not going to stay long. Dinner tonight is specially for you. Lentil soup.
Ah, lentil soup. With little bits of sausage swimming about in it. Wishing they were being eaten at Luchow's instead of Hall's, eh? You remember Luchow's on 14th Street, Vicky?
Of course I do, Toddy. You took me there the night I landed in New York. Lentil soup, Wiener Schnitzel, strawberry pancakes. And I was the slim young actress with the new wardrobe who was about to open and give them tears.
Personally, by the time we'd walked all the way to Central Park, I was hungry again. Someday, Vicky, I shall endow the city of New York with a special Central Park bench, the Victoria Cromwell Memorial Bench for the exclusive use of lovers.
And you can put a little brass plate on it that says, if you sit here and it gently rains and you stay anyway, you have the blessings of William and Victoria. Better put your hat on, Toddy. It's raining.
Oh, it isn't raining very hard. It feels rather good. Refreshing. But I don't want you to catch cold.
Oh, I won't, dear. I've walked miles in fog worse than this.
You won't miss London and England too much, will you, Vicky?
If I was still Victoria Cromwell, I'd probably miss it terribly. But as Mrs. William Todhunter Hall, geography doesn't seem very important. Who means more to me than where?
Let me put my coat over your shoulders a little more. There. And your hands are getting wet.
I know. But if I put my gloves on, I can't look at my ring.
I'm afraid it's a very little ring.
Darling, it's the biggest thing that ever happened. I love it. And I love you. And May I borrow your handkerchief? Thank you.
Oh, we'd better go. Your cheeks are getting wet.
Not from the rain, Toddy. I always weep when I'm happy. I think you should know it now, because I expect to be doing a lot of it.
I hope you'll never have to weep for any other reason, Vicky. Where your tears are concerned, I'm all for private ownership of water power. Oh, my dear, you're so...
Well, now, what's all this?
Oh, hello, officer. It's a lovely evening, isn't it?
No, it isn't. It's raining.
Oh.
Why don't you go home? I'm paid to stay out in it, but you're not.
I'm being amply compensated, officer, so don't worry about us. My wife and I like the rain.
Oh, your wife? I thought you were sweethearts. Well, guess I don't have to worry about you two carving your initials on the bench. Good night to you.
Good night, officer. Oh, cynical fellow. Doesn't think husbands and wives can be sweethearts. I think we should teach him a lesson.
How, Toddy?
Have you a jackknife? I'm going to carve 2 hearts entwined on this bench. WTH loves VC. I think I...
Toddy?
Oh, what's a little thunder? It isn't raining hard enough to...
Toddy, this isn't thunder. Someone's knocking.
Well, let them knock. Our first night in New York and...
William, dear, there's somebody at the door.
At the door? What door? Central Park hasn't any... Oh, the door! Our door! Oh, yes. Yes. Well, maybe it's a good thing. I might have carved our initials on the piano.
Toddy. Toddy, you are an incurable daydreamer.
Yes, I'm afraid I am, Victoria. Incurable and incredibly lucky.
Lucky? Why?
Because, my darling, few daydreamers can return to an actuality one half as pleasant as mine.
Mr. Merriweather and Mr. Wellman to see you, Doctor.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Merriweather.
Oh,
Mr. Wellman.
Merriweather.
Please sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall. Won't keep you but a few minutes, Doctor. You probably know what we're calling about.
Yes, I think I do.
It's about an offer of $250,000 toward our new gymnasium, Dr. Hall. Am I correct in believing that you refuse to accept it?
Quite correct, Mr. Wellman.
Personally, Doctor, I don't think you'd turn down a sum of money like that without some very good reason. Clarence here and some of the other board members are pretty upset about it. Upset, did I say? Gad, sir, their ulcers were jumping like popcorn.
The Board of Governors had a right to be upset, Merriweather. As badly as this college needs $250,000, it's ridiculous.
Yes, we know, Clarence. It's a lot of money, but money isn't everything. It's almost everything, I'll admit, but let's give Dr. Hall a chance to explain. How about it, Doctor?
Oh, it's very simple, Mr. Merriweather. To me, at least.
Well, to me, it's a downright...
Be quiet, Clarence, you witch burner. Yes, Doctor.
Gentlemen, when an institution dedicated to shaping the characters of future citizens accepts money from a dubious source, it must also be prepared to accept the accusation of undue influence.
I couldn't agree with you more, Doctor.
And I couldn't disagree more, Merriweather. The source of this donation is not important when you consider the benefits of a new gymnasium in this college.
Excuse me, Mr. Wellman.
Yes, Mrs. Hall.
Mr. Mellot warned my husband that you wouldn't care for his attitude.
He was right, I don't.
Victoria,
And
dear.
I'm sure he had no intention of disturbing any friendly relations that you might have with Mr. Mellot.
What friendly relations? Is that hoodlum a pal of yours, Clarence?
Certainly not. Don't be an idiot, Merriweather. I know the man only in a business way.
Business? What business would you have with Mellot?
Oh, it was a long time ago and not important. I had stock in some cleaning establishments, and Mellot used his influence to... that is, we had a little labor trouble.
Is this general knowledge, Mr. Wellman?
No, I don't think so. I hope not. But the point is...
The point is, Clarence, that you're a dead duck. What a juicy item for the papers. College official uses influence to take donation from ex-gangster friend.
Good gracious, man, you don't think...
They'd hang you from the chapel steeple and you know it.
It's bad money, Mr. Wellman. We can't take it. I'm sorry if you disagree.
He doesn't disagree. Neither will anyone else on the board when I explain it to him. You're right again, Doctor. I don't know why we can't seem to learn that. Come on, Clarence.
Very well. But $250,000.
It's a lot of lettuce, but there's too much oil in the dressing. Good night, Doctor.
Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Hall.
Good night.
Good night.
I think you handled that very well, William.
It was Merriweather who handled it, my dear. Merriweather and you.
I?
My dear girl, now don't look so innocent. That sympathetic remark of yours about not wishing to disturb the tender relationship between Wellman and Mellot, that was blackmail. Sheer, downright, beautiful blackmail. And, yes, Penny?
Dinner is served, sir, and will you be in this evening?
Yes, Penny.
No, Penny.
What, dear?
We're going for a walk. We always go for a walk after lentil soup in the park. Now, let me think. Where did I put my jackknife?
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
My dear, there are times when I think that you should be president of Ivy College.
Why on earth should you think that?
Well, there's a popular belief that the female of the species is devious, indirect, and entirely intuitive. Personally, I find the methods of your sex appallingly straightforward. I once wrote a 2-line verse on the subject.
Well, tell.
I called it Advice on Practical Plumbing, but it contains a rather atrocious pun. It went something like this. For that difficult task, just go to your bench and select for the job an adjustable wench.
I think that's very amusing, dear. And if you'll excuse me, I'll go and adjust myself for dinner.
Certainly, darling. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Herbert Butterfield, Willard Waterman, William Conrad, Gil Stratton Jr., Ted Osborne, and Gloria Gordon. Tonight's script was written by Don Quinn and Walter Brown Newman. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Next, hear We the People over most of these same NBC stations.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, L.B.O. Allman, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Someone once said that in the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love. And that's the way it's been ever since time began. Even in 43 B.C., when lovely Cleopatra bestowed a kiss upon the feverish lips of Mark Antony, Mark was moved to say,
Ah, Cleopatra, that kiss sent 1,000 doves fluttering through my heart.
And in the 16th century, when Juliet pressed a kiss upon Romeo's lips, Romeo was moved to say,
Oh, Juliet, thy kiss has set my heart a-fluttering like unto the strings of yonder harpsichord.
And in the 20th century, when Betty Colby impulsively placed an impassioned kiss upon the lips of her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, Mel was moved to say,
Fresh.
Yes, that's Mel Blanc, folks. Suave, sophisticated, and semi-conscious. So let's look in on Mel and Betty and Mel's Fix-It Shop as they discuss their future. And as usual, it's Betty who takes the initiative.
Just think, Mel, soon it'll be June and the two of us will be married.
That's nice. I wonder who we'll marry.
Me, of course. And later on, you'll be a father. Mel, what do you think of that? How many children would you like to have?
Well, 3.
Why do you pick 3?
I'd like to have one of each. A boy, a girl, and something that looks like your father.
Now, don't talk that way about Father Mel. He's been very nice to you lately, and I have a feeling he may let us become engaged.
Gosh, Betty, I've always dreamed of having our own home. We'll have a home just like the rich. Even the towels will be marked yours and mine.
Well, but, Mel, isn't that extravagant?
No, the top half will be yours and the bottom half will be mine.
Well, now, as long as we're talking about marriage, why don't you ask Father for his consent today?
Well, I don't know, Betty. Every time I bring it up, your father kicks me right in the middle of the subject. I don't mind telling you, it's becoming a very sore subject.
Well, stop worrying, darling.
Oh, hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Mel. Hello, Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby, I want to marry your daughter.
You want to marry my daughter. You want to marry my daughter. You want to marry my daughter.
Not all of us, Mr. Colby, just me.
Well, I don't know, Mel. After all, Betty's used to the best. And I don't want her to live in a crummy, run-down place.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Colby. As soon as we're married, she'll move right out of your house.
What? You realize what it cost me to support a girl like Betty? $10 for shoes, $20 for hats, $50 for dresses, $75 for... wait a minute. Yes, Mel. You and Betty have waited long enough. Yes, you can get married right away with my blessing.
Well, Mr. Colby, don't give in so fast. Maybe I'm not good enough for Betty. Maybe...
Now listen, you nincompoop. For years you've been asking me. Now you marry my daughter or I'll break every bone in your body. And we'll announce the engagement tonight at the party honoring Cousin Dottie's arrival.
Tonight? Oh, gosh, I'm so happy I could kiss anybody.
You could?
Yeah.
Oh, Mel Blanc, get your hands off me. Oh, my baby getting married. I'm losing a daughter. I'm losing a daughter.
Well, don't think of it that way, Mr. Colby. You're not losing a daughter. You're gaining a son. Me.
Oh, no!
Say, Betty, that Cousin Dottie your father spoke about, is that the one from New York?
Oh, yes, Mel, and I better go on home. She should be here soon.
Oh, you mean the man-crazy one? The one who walks around with a marriage license made out to her and to whom it may concern?
Yes, and you be careful.
Oh, don't worry, Betty. I'm all yours, sugar pie.
Well, I'll see you tonight at the party, darling. Bye.
Bye. Oh, gosh. Betty and I finally getting married. And this time nothing will come between us.
Oh, hello, tall, dark, and so what? So you ain't handsome.
Huh?
I'm Cousin Dottie. I was up to Betty's house, and they told me Betty would be here, but... oh, I see you're here alone.
Well, Betty went down to the supermarket. Now, that's 4 blocks south, and then you turn left.
Listen, if I want directions, I'll go to the auto club. Oh, so you're Mel Blanc. Oh, the boyfriend of my nearest, dearest, and darlingest cousin. What do you see in her anyway?
Well...
You know, you and me can make beautiful music together.
We could? What instrument do you play?
You're a regular St. Bernard Shaw. Why can't I get a man like you?
Oh, don't worry, Cousin Dottie. You'll find someone. You know there's a girl for every man and a man for every girl, and you can't improve that arrangement.
I don't want to improve it. I just want to get in on it. You know, I don't go for just anybody. The body's got to be on a man. You're just my type. 2 eyes and 2 ears.
Well, Cousin Dottie, there's something I think you ought to know.
Yes? What is it?
At your party tonight, I'm going to announce my engagement.
Oh, no, not really.
Dottie, very soon you and I will be related by marriage.
I accept.
You what?
I said I accept. Oh, how wonderful. At last I'm engaged.
No,
I ain't here over 5 minutes, and already I draw a blank.
But wait a minute. Come back here. happened? I was sitting here minding my own business, and now I'm engaged to 2 girls. I'm worse than a bigamist. I'm an engagemist.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now the sportsman, Victor Miller, and the orchestra with their arrangement of At Sundown.
Every little breeze is sighing of love undying at sundown. Every little bird is resting and feather nesting at sundown. Each little rosebud is sleeping while the purple shadows are creeping. In a little cottage cozy, the world seems rosy at sundown.
Where a loving smile will greet me and always meet me.
Just about at sundown, I seem to sigh, I'm in heaven above. When the night is falling and love is calling me home, sweet home. Every little breeze is sighing and love is undying at sundown. Every little bird is resting and feather nesting at sundown. Each little rosebud is sleeping, sleeping while the purple shadows are creeping. I seem to sigh, I'm in heaven above. When the shades of night are falling and love is calling me. Love is calling me home.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Mr. Colby agreed to announce Mel's engagement to his daughter Betty at a party for Cousin Dottie. But Cousin Dottie mistakenly thought Mel was proposing to her and also accepted. Now Mel is engaged to both of them, and poor Mel is going crazy trying to figure out how to straighten out the mix-up. Now, to add to his wounds, here comes Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel.
Oh, hello, Hartley. What's on your mind?
The usual thing, great big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, I'm so enchanting, women follow me panting.
Say, Hartley, you're just the guy to help me with my problem. I'm engaged to 2 women at the same time.
Mel, old boy, that is no problem. I'm engaged to 9 different girls and going out with 9 others.
Well, doesn't that make the 9 girls you're engaged to angry?
Of course not. They're happy they made the first team.
Gosh, maybe you can take Cousin Dottie off my hands.
Well, tell her to come around next week. I'm holding spring tryouts.
What conceit. What's so wonderful about Hartley Benson?
Don't ask me. Ask the woman who owns one. With women who know men best, it's Benson. 2 to 1.
Listen to this guy rave.
Why, Mel, I tell you, it's even got out of hand. Last week I went to the flower show. Oh, was I embarrassed.
Why?
I won first prize.
I didn't even know they allowed poison ivy in the show.
Listen, Mel, you just made me very happy to deliver this message. Cousin Dottie told Betty's father about her engagement, and Mr. Colby said if you don't square things immediately, he's going to break every bone in your body. He would have broken you in half already, except for one thing.
Well, what's that?
He doesn't want 2 of you around the house. Well, so long, Mel, old boy. Nice seeing me.
What a character. He gets women to kiss him. Sure, he's tall, dark, and handsome. That's no trick. The trick is to look like me and get women to kiss him. Hey, that's impossible. Oh, Mr. Colby's going to break every bone in my body if I don't get rid of Cousin Dottie. But getting rid of her is even more impossible. Well, here comes Mr. Cushing. Maybe he can help me.
Hello, Brother Zebra.
Hello, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. How's your wife? In good shape?
Mel, the word is lump. As a matter of fact, her figure's a cross between a shape and a lump. A slump. You know, last night I did a little checking up on her. Just look at these measurements. 38.
Well, that's not bad.
Mel, that's her ankle. 26.
Well, that's better.
For her wrist? 48.
Well, that must be her waist.
Height. 68.
Now I know it's her waist.
Age. Well.
Can that be her waist?
Teeth.
Well, what about her waist?
None. Well, you know, when I married my wife, she had an hourglass figure. Now it's still glass, but it's more like a beer bottle. If I could get 2 cents back, I'd turn her in.
You sound a little disgusted, mighty potentate.
Well, the other day we were out taking pictures. My wife powdered her nose, she put on her hat, she smiled, and she said, "Oh, John, I'm ready. Shoot me." Dad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just
You think you've got troubles, mighty potentate. Cousin Dottie says she's engaged to me, but if I don't marry Betty, Mr. Colby will kill me.
Then it's a case of getting married, having Mr. Colby kill you?
Yeah, what shall I do?
Mel, let Colby kill you. It's a good, clean death.
No, mighty potentate. Oh, how am I going to get out of my engagement to Dottie?
Mel, I just thought of it. Make Cousin Dottie believe that you're a desperate criminal, a killer. She'll break the engagement.
Gosh, that's the best idea I ever heard of how to get rid of a woman.
How do you like that? Now I get the idea. 20 years too late.
Why, mighty potentate? Oh, what a terrific idea. Now I better send Zuki up to tell Mr. Colby about it. Zuki! Zuki!
Zuki, tell me what Mel said.
Well, he said he loves Betty. Thanks. And he wants to marry her and raise
children?
Chickens. No, children. And he said he hates Dottie in Morse code. He he's going to tell Dottie that Mel is a killer. He's a gangster. He's going to make believe he's from Scotland Yard.
Did he say that?
Not in so many words.
Well, he better do a good job, because if he doesn't,
I know you'll break every bone in his You'll kill. You'll murt. You'll
Is there a doctor in the house?
Now, Betty, will you snap out of it? Try and enjoy the party. And forget that nincompoop. Well, you can always get a man.
I don't want a man. I want Mel Blanc.
I told you he has a plan. Here comes Cousin Dottie.
Oh, Uncle, what a lovely party. And who thought it would turn out to be my engagement party? I hope you'll both be very happy, Cousin Dottie.
Now, Dottie, after all, you've only known Mel a few minutes. Maybe he isn't the kind of man you'd want for a husband.
And that kind don't live. Where is he? I can't wait.
Footman and a Glockamora evening to you all. I am Inspector McGregor from Scotland Yard.
Oh, hello.
My, but you're a bonny lassie. You look just like Annie Laurie.
And who do I look like?
Peter Laurie. I was just joking, girl. You two are a bonny lassie, and you do look like Lassie. I told you, Inspector McGregor of Scotland Yard. I come on very important business. I'm here to track down that desperate, ruthless criminal, Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc, a criminal?
Aye.
Well, I'm engaged to him.
Oh, that's too bad. According to our files, Mel Blanc has been married 8 times, and he's killed all 8 of his wives.
Well, goodness, no husband is perfect.
And that's not all. He's wanted all over Scotland. He held up 10 banks, killed 45 policemen, and shot 72 men.
Well, what's he wanted for?
Carrying a gun without a license.
Well, I still love my Melzy. I like him big and strong and powerful. The only thing I hate is a weakling.
A weakling, eh? Well, Hootman, and goodbye to all of you.
I don't know. Something's going wrong somewhere.
Oh, I'm so happy to know that Mel is the real He-Man. I was afraid he was a weakling. Oh, just think, a man. All for myself.
Come in.
Pardon me. I am from France.
Oh, I was wondering what you were going to do. From France, eh? What's your name?
Charlotte Rouge. I have just come from Paris. I came here to buy some American postcards.
Are you familiar with Rudy LePay and Montmartre?
Oh, but certainement. 2 lovely fellows. I am looking for my hairdresser, Mel Blanc. He is such a weakling.
Mel Blanc, a weakling?
But certainly, yes. He used to work in my beauty salon. He was in charge of plucking eyebrows.
He used to pluck eyebrows?
Well, he did not have quite enough strength for that. All he could do was loosen them. I'll never forget the day we lost him. He had a nervous breakdown.
Well, what happened?
John L. Lewis walked into the place. Take my advice, Dottie. Do not marry him. He will never...
Dottie!
Oh, Mother!
I came just as fast as I got your telegram. I dropped the ring, the trousseau, and smelling salts for the groom. Where's the lucky boy?
I'm afraid he was too weak to come.
Oh, stop it, Neal. I knew it was you all the time.
What?
I was just letting you have your little joke until Mother came. Mother, this is my coming intended, Mel Blanc.
This?
Oh, don't look at the face, Mother. He's got a wonderful brain.
If he's intelligent, that's different. Pleased to meet you, son. What's this, moron?
It's great to meet up with you, Story.
Dottie, come home with me. The engagement is off.
Oh, now, Mel, my boy, I realized the whole thing was due to circumstances beyond your control.
Well, thanks, Mr. Colby. And Betty, how do you feel about it?
Oh, Mel, darling, you know I'll always love you.
Gee, thanks, Betty.
And now that we're engaged again, I've seen just the ring I want.
Well, that's nice.
And it's only $300.
Well, Mel, my boy, what do you say to that? Huh?
Mel, say something.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A smile that dazzles, a breath that's sweet, teeth that sparkle. What a thrill to have all three. Then try Colgate tooth powder, Colgate all-purpose tooth powder. Its rich, active foam gets into every corner of your mouth to sweeten your breath. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in your mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, you can't buy a dentifrice that does a better job than Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Presenting Fred Allen.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to another Friday night, and you know that means another Salad Bowl review. Well, Indian summer will soon be here, and around the reservations, everyone knows that the well-dressed squaw will be wearing a muslin blanket. But with or without reservations, if you'll have a heart-to-heart talk with the nearest head of lettuce, you will find that the well-dressed salad is still wearing Hellman's mayonnaise. The papers say that the radio show held at Madison Square Garden last week was a great success. One exhibit showed a new invention, a radio set that fits into your bathtub. Imagine stepping in to take a shower, and just as you turn on the water, the bathtub looks up at you and says, "Hello, everybody." So much for progress. Tonight, if you'll step into the Salad Bowl, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take you back for a last look at the Tiptoe Detective Agency. I am still Inspector Allen, and while I'm greeting my relatives in the police lineup, Ferdy Girl Faye will conduct us into my office.
Tiptoe Detective Agency. Yes, we've reduced prices. Inspector Allen will tell you the new rates.
Hello? Yes, everything's come down. Shadowing 40 cents an hour, marked down from 60. On sunny days, it's even cheaper. Yes, I shadow at night. I use a sun lamp. No, we don't have wholesale prices. Why don't you get a mirror and a blowtorch and shadow yourself?
He has a lot of nerve.
Oh, it's some guy. He's a bigamist. He suspects both of his wives.
There's a man here. He looks like Jerry the Wren.
Hey, Jerry's dangerous, but send him in. I'll give him the 3rd degree before he can open his mouth.
Here's your club.
Thanks. I'm ready for him.
Hello, Inspector.
Jerry the Wren, hey? Where were you at twilight on the 7th?
Oh, don't hit me, Inspector.
Come clean. I'll massage your skull.
Ow! Ow!
Possum, eh? Who stole those glass doorknobs at the Bolivar Mansion?
Are you nuts?
Don't change the subject. At twilight on the 7th...
Oh, that's the last straw. I'm going to punch you in the nose.
Oh, right in the eye. That's twilight
and
on...
here's twilight for your other eye.
Oh, that's my mouth now. My lips are swelling. Wait a minute, Jerry.
I ain't Jerry. I came to see about your subscription to the Blue Detective magazine.
Oh, I can't see to read a magazine, but I'll take 2 pounds of steak for my eyes.
Well, don't bother me. I'm a vegetarian.
Oh, Inspector, oh, look at your face.
Oh, is it bad?
Your profile is running crosswise.
Push my teeth in through my lip, will you?
There?
Oh, not my nose, my teeth.
I can't tell your nose from your teeth.
My nose has no enamel on it.
Oh, there. Now you're all right.
That's your story.
Tiptoe Detective Agency. Oh, it's Dr. Pickard, the dentist.
Hello, Doc. Yes, I caught that guy who's been breaking into your waiting room every week. He's no burglar. He's a patient you finished last week. Yes, he's been reading a continued story in one of your office magazines. Right.
Oh, excuse me, Inspector. One of your eyes is open.
I know. I opened it.
Can you see three strange-looking men?
I'll try. Who are they?
I'll show them in.
It is I, the Shadow.
Hello, Shadow. Whatever became of the groundhog?
My dear Inspector.
And you, Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, Watson was elementary, Inspector. You're impossible.
No cracks, Holmes. I'll give you more needles than Watson ever saw.
Have you met Charlie Chan?
Hello, Charlie.
Salutations, Inspector Allen.
I'm pretty busy, boys. Now, what is it you want?
We have found a mystery none of us can solve.
It is a real mystery.
No case is too difficult for me, boys.
Yes, you're the only one who can give us this solution.
And what is the mystery?
When all of the good detectives like us are off the air, how did you get back at radio?
Exactly.
Solve that.
Miss Watson.
Yes, sir?
Try to turn that radio dial quick before the sponsors decide to solve that mystery.
All police cars stand by. Mysterious disappearance of Bill Bailey. Mrs. Bailey frantic. Details as follows.
No more he'll wink his eye as he heard her cry. Won't you come home, Bill Bailey? Won't you come home? She moans the whole day long.
I do's the cooking, darling. I pays the rent. I knows I done you wrong, honey. Don't you
remember that rainy night that I drove you out with nothing but a fine tooth comb? I knows I was to blame. Well, now, ain't that just a shame? Bill Bailey, won't you please come home?
Bill Bailey?
Oh, Bill Bailey.
Inspector Allen, stand by. Mr. McDonald, whose stolen car was retained by the auto thieves this morning, would like to say a few words to the culprit. Mr. McDonald.
Hey, ho, everybody. I just want to tell the crooks I got my car back all right. But the spare tire is missing. Bring it back at once. And you can tell from my dialect that if there's any reward, you'll get it in him.
There's a little girl out here with a faraway look.
Send her in. She'll save the wear and tear on my telescope.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Portland. What are you doing with the camera?
I had to take some pictures for Mama.
Pictures of what?
Well, Papa left home this morning. He said he had a job.
Say, things must be picking up if he's been thrown back into employment.
Mama wouldn't even believe it.
Is that where the camera comes in?
Yes, Mama wanted me to get a picture of Papa on the job.
For what?
For posterity. She said no one would believe her if she told them Papa went to work in this life. If she had pictures, she could prove it.
I get it, but you should have a moving picture camera.
Not for Papa. He's so slow you can catch him working with a time exposure.
And what is he doing?
He's assistant window dresser in a piano store.
Assistant window dresser?
Yes. After the head window dresser carries in the piano, Papa comes in with the stool.
I see. 50-50.
No, Papa's 55. The other man's about 40.
Papa's older physically, but he's younger mentally.
I'll intimate, he always misses his big chances.
Doesn't he hear opportunity when it knocks?
No, so many people are knocking Papa, he can't tell which knock is opportunities.
Oh, well, any knock is as good as a boost.
Maybe, but a boost is better if you're trying to look over a transom.
You said it when you said Dixie.
I didn't say Dixie.
If you ever do say Dixie, you will have said it.
You're a swell detective.
Thank you.
Mama says you couldn't find the corned beef in a boiled dinner.
You tell your mother she'd better watch her step.
She always watches her step.
How come?
So the people upstairs won't swipe our milk.
Don't tell me your neighbors are veranda filchers.
I'll intimate. They copy everything Papa starts.
Say, what's wrong with them?
Well, his stomach is upside down for one thing.
What caused that?
He stood on his head too much when he was a boy.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't his stomach bother him upside down like that?
Oh, yes. He has to eat all of his meals backwards.
You mean he starts dinner with a finger bowl?
Yes. Then he has black coffee and an entree of pie.
Now, what does he finish with?
He always says grace at the finish.
I quit. Hello. Who is this? The mayor? Yes, Your Honor. The city's been robbed. I know. The taxpayers have been suspecting that. Oh, 40 manhole covers are missing? Okay, I'll go to the nearest manhole and look into it.
That's terrible, isn't it?
Who would steal 40 sewer tops?
I asked Papa. He said the city was roasting yesterday.
You think he'd take off all the manhole covers?
He might. He's a fiend for ventilation.
Oh, are you leaving?
Yes. You've got me so mixed up, I don't know whether I'm coming or going.
You're going, I hope. Goodbye, Portland.
Peekaboo.
Attention. Police cars stand by. Proceed at once to party at home of Mrs. Nichols, prominent society leader. Stand by to escort departing guests. Stand by to escort departing guests.
I should say. Everybody seems to be having a good time.
Hello, Tiptoe Detective Agency. Who is this? The Union Knitting Mills? 200 suits of red flannel underwear have been stolen? I know. We had our first frost last night. Search the nearest communist nudist camp. Okay.
Oh, Inspector Allen, there's a man out here fighting with a little boy. The man is wearing a barrel.
Is the little boy wearing a cape?
Well, I'll see.
Oh, hello, Inspector Fallon. Allen, you old hudbound, blood-bound. I'm Roy Ratwell. Roy Ratwell.
Oh, he's just an old fuss budget, Inspector.
Who's an old blush grudger? You hold your young tongue, kid. Remember, age before age. Age before beauty, and the cart before the mare. The horse.
Wait a second, Atwell. Watch your haphazard gibberish.
Oh, I'll scotch my haphazard gilderfish.
Just keep still. Now, what's the matter, son?
He lost his pants.
Yes, frost my plans. I'll spank the stuffing out of me. I'll tan your tide. I'll hand you.
Now, keep your barrel on, Atwell.
Well, I'll weep on my barrel. Yes, I'll sleep, and I'll keep my nose to the bunghole too. I want my wang. I want my pants.
Well, how did you lose them?
It's his own fault, Inspector. You see, they were letting little boys in free to the baseball game today.
Yes, little balls free to the big baseball. Little baseballs. Let it go.
Well, Mr. Atwell here wanted to borrow my short pants so he could get in free. When he took his pants off, I accidentally threw them over the fence.
He threw my perps over the pants on fences. He pants my fence over the perps. You can't wool the full over my pants. My ears, my eyes.
Why, I wouldn't tie a tin can to a dog's tail.
Oh, you wouldn't tie a dog's can to a tin pail. Why? You'd tie the big bag wolf to the three little pigs. You pants stealer.
Here, cool off now. I'll telephone the boy's school teacher.
Now you're squawking. The boy's school screecher. School screecher. Yes, she'll teach him a thing or three. Two.
I ought to smack you right in the kissy, you stool pigeon.
Who's a fool pigeon? You can't kiss me in the smacker.
Pipe down. Wait till I get you outside.
Oh, I'll pipe down. I'll.
Boy school teacher is coming right over.
Oh, Roy. Boy. Watch me stuff my stuff. Stuff my cup. Stuff. Kiss me, kid. I'm a pollylop. A lily cup. A lollipop plop.
Yeah, she won't give you a tumble.
Won't give me a fumble? She's my little totsy-hotsy.
Oh, hello, Inspector Allen. Oh, there you are, Georgie.
Hello, Miss Rumble-Twitch.
Hello, teacher.
Hello, baby doll. How about a little date for the fight tonight? I'll take you to the flea circus, and we'll make a night of it.
Sir, how dare you? Inspector, this man's been making a pest of himself.
Pasting a nest of it myself.
He's been writing love sonnets on my blackboard.
I'm writing sunsets on whose blackboard? On the blackboard. I always say it with flowers.
Yesterday he wanted to talk to teacher, so he made me leave his hat in the teacher's room.
I made him leave the room in the teacher's hat? It's a lie. The boy needs a deal of yanking, a spanking. Spare the child and rob the child and share the spoil. Spare the spoil. Oh, well, let it go.
I think a little spanking will do you both good. What do you say, Miss Rumble-Twitch?
You're all right, Inspector. I'll take Georgie.
No, you take me, Miss Fumbleitch.
Now, I'll take care of you, Atwell. Turn around, Miss R, while I get him out of this barrel.
Let me go. Let me go.
Wait. I'll warm your epidermis, Annabelle.
No, don't. Yelp. Help. He-hoo, he-hoo, hoo-hoo, he-hoo.
Just hear them sisters groaning and hear them brothers moaning, repenting and atoning on revival day. They're talking.
Alan, there's a very excitable couple here.
Tell them I'm in conference.
In conference?
Yes, I'm talking to myself. Tut, fellow, calm yourself.
Calm yourself. Why not calm myself? My wife, he's come with me.
Hey, where's the bone?
I'm Inspector Allen. What's wrong?
Well, my vegetable store, she's been robbed. My truck, she's been hijacked, and my wife, he's no good for naught.
What was stolen from your vegetable store?
Spinach. All of the spinach is gone.
Say, that's the fourth spinach robbery in 2 days. It's a new racket. Someone's trying to corner the spinach market.
No, the spinach market, she's not in the corner.
Keep quiet while I deduce.
You mean deduce you? But she's the Mussolini salute.
Here. No demonstration, please. Now, are you sure nothing else was stolen from your vegetable counter?
Sure, boss. We got plenty of onions, potatoes, tomatoes, bananas.
But yes, we got no spinach.
We got no spinach.
Here. Stop it. Who ever heard of Italian hillbillies? Now, pick up your hat and wife, Luigi. Let's go. Miss Watson.
Yes, sir?
Get me disguise number 6. The conservative man about town. You know, red nose, bulging Adam's apple, white vest, cutaway coat, and torn-away pants.
Yes, sir. Oh, here you are. Your own brother wouldn't know you.
Good. I owe him $10 anyway. Give me that black box. Careful now. Don't drop it.
Come on, get a move on yourself. Hurry up, will you, please?
You'll get your spinach if I have to look under every hard-boiled egg in town. Come on. We'll go down to your store, huh? Quiet.
This is my place here. You want for me to make light for you?
No, I'll use my flashlight.
Hey, what for you got this black box?
Listen, whoever carried off your spinach had to leave a trail of sand.
What's the matter? I can't see the sand.
Exactly. You and I can't see the small grains of sand, but here in this box I have 10,000 trained ants. Now I'm going to turn them loose. The ants will pick up the sand to build an anthill. See? All we have to do is follow them.
It's a crazy.
Stand back now. I'll break open the box. Now watch where those ants go. Come on. We'll follow them.
Look, they all go this way.
They're turning to the right. Where does this road lead to?
That's to lead down to the river.
To the river? Come on,
sure.
quick. There's no time to be lost.
Hey, wait for me. Wait for the ants.
Hey, look, that's a bunch of small kids by the water there.
Hey, they're throwing boxes overboard, too. Hey there, you kids.
Scram, you, we're celebrating a Boston Tea Party. Scram, you, we're celebrating a Boston Tea Party. Scram, you, we're celebrating a Boston Tea Party. A Boston Tea Party. Over with the boxes, boys. Down with the spinach.
Hey, spinach, that's my spinach. Save the spinach.
Say, what is all this?
The revolution. We won't eat spinach. We stole every bit of spinach in town. We're throwing it away.
Wait a minute, boys. Don't be too hasty. Spinach is good for you. Don't you know, boys know that spinach contains vitamin B, G, and D?
Why don't you mind your own business?
Don't get militant, ragamuffin. I forbid you boys to throw another box overboard.
Yeah, who do you think you are?
I warn you, you junior louts. I stand here as George Washington stood.
Who is this stuff?
He's nuts. He says he's George Washington.
Let's get him, fellas.
Yeah, let's throw him over.
Say, I'll report this. I'm like my congressman. You kids gotta put me down. Help, Luigi. I'm going down.
That's the plan. When you come up, bring up in a spinach.
Sections is now as low as 15 cents for a half-pint jar. Why not buy the best?
Yes, certainly. Why not buy the best? Now that every woman can afford Hellman's mayonnaise, why not serve it exclusively on your salad? Can afford it. In most women's, the price of the half-pint jar is as low as 15 cents, and the prices of other sizes are relatively just as low. Every woman can also afford those other delicious Hellman products. Hellman's relish spread, Hellman's French dressing, and Hellman's Thousand Island dressing. No one need use salad dressings which do not supply the same health benefits or fine flavor as Hellman's mayonnaise, a true mayonnaise. So I repeat, at the new low prices, why not buy the best? Get a jar of Hellman's tomorrow. And now Mr. Allen's elfin advice on etiquette.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Well, our etiquette department is going like a blacksmith's clientele in a one-horse town. And the postcard tonight comes from Professor Merrill G. Clark at Detroit, Michigan. Professor Clark says, quote, I am an English professor at a local college and always have trouble eating alphabet soup in restaurants. Invariably, the waiter serves me a plate of alphabet soup containing grammatical errors, which he expects me to swallow. I have taught English so long that a grammatical error, even in this form, upsets me internally. What should I do? Unquote. Alphabet soup has always been a problem to grammarians, Professor Clark. Many professors finding errors correct the soup and send it back to the chef, giving him some homework besides. Other teachers send for soup censors supplied by the makers of the illiterate broth. The censors will gladly remove any objectionable words that may have formed in your soup, but generally by the time the censor leaves, your soup is cold, and while you may enjoy a grammatical triumph, gastronomically you are defeated. The best thing to do is to order your alphabet soup with the H's dropped and eat it as English mutton broth. Since fully 60% of the soup consumed in this country ends up on men's vests anyway, you are really swallowing nothing but your pride and 40% of the liquid insult. If you, too, have a problem in etiquette lying unsolved in your dumbwaiter, ladies and gentlemen, why not send me the spare parts of a possible faux pas, and I shall be glad to spank my mind in an effort to help you, as I know I have helped Professor Clark tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good, spelled G-O-O-D, night, spelled N-I-G-H-T. And don't forget, the well-dressed salad is wearing Hellman's mayonnaise.